We are all here to discuss about the business analyst course that either you guys are interested in knowing more about, or before confirming your enrollment, you want to know what this course will be all about. So today, on our first day demo, we'll be talking more about the course objectives, like what will be covered as part of the course. Okay, what are the prerequisites that are needed in order for you to get started with the course? What are some of the myths surrounding the requirements on business analysts? What topics we are going to cover as part of this course? What's our roadmap looks like for within how many days or duration we are trying to cover up this course? What tools are we going to learn as part of this course? And what is going to be the outcome from this course? So, okay, at the end of this course or any course in general, we want to learn certain things. So what is it that we are going to learn at the end of this course? Then for preparations, it basically talks about the use cases and assignments that will be placed at regular intervals to further cement your understanding of a particular topic. Then the last two topics are what certification paths can you take on business analyst, and what are the career growth perspectives as part of business analyst. Okay, so these are some of the topics that we will be going through during our demo on day one. So let's get started. First, an introduction to me. It's always better to know your trainer to have confidence. So I basically come from an IT industry background, and I have around 13 years of experience within IT industry, working primarily on healthcare domains. So within health sector, like health insurance, payers, providers, and into the different networks within the healthcare. I also have experience on the banking sectors, where I predominantly worked on the customer enrollment part. Okay. Now, I worked during my experience of 13 years. I worked with the waterfall model. That's where most of the organizations they had their SDLC, the software development life cycle path setup. And gradually, as the organization started their movement towards agile around 2013, 2014, so that's when I also started to learn and started doing my work on the agile methodology. Now, I had a keen interest towards the technical architecture as well, though that is not linked to my day-to-day routine. But I still thought that, learning how the system works will help me understand, gain the bigger picture. So I went for certain certifications like certain technical architect. And then in order to better manage the work, I also did Scrum Master certification. Okay, that was mainly because, I mean, to be honest with you, Scrum Master certification was not related with my BA work that I was doing, but sometimes as a business analyst in agile world, people expect you to take care of your team. So I just didn't want to take care of my team like that. I thought let's understand the nuances of Scrum Master, what a Scrum Master has to do, and then move forward. Okay, so that was about me. And moving on. Uh, Now, when we get started with any type of training, the basic thing that comes to our head is what type of prerequisites or pre-knowledge that is required before we start this course. Okay. So in general, certain trainings will have requisites like you should know a particular programming language or this, but understand that a business analyst is majorly a non-coding role. Okay. So in business analyst, there are certain level of requirements that you should have a particular bachelor degree or master's degree Now you may think that suppose if I am a graduate of BCom, Bachelor of Commerce or Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science, will I be eligible for taking this training? Well, that depends on the organization. At the end of the training, you just don't want to get trained. You are taking up the training so that you can apply for certain jobs. Now, in my experience, what I have seen is most of the organizations they consider bachelor degree, but with the area of Bachelor of Engineering or Bachelor of Technology or MCA Masters in Computer Application or MTech type, not for someone who comes from a commerce background. Now, suppose if you are currently in already or already part of IT industry, but then want to switch your domain. So suppose you're already working as a software programmer or even for that matter QA, okay, quality assurance or tester, and now you are looking for a change or you want to switch over to business analyst as you find business analyst profile or work more intriguing. Now, not just within IT industry, suppose if you are part of non-IT industry as well, like someone who is part of BPO organization, but again, the bachelor degree or the master's degree prerequisite must be met. So, if you are someone who is from a maybe an arts or a commerce background, but have worked your life in KP or BPO, now you are trying to switch over, you may find it difficult because you may be able to justify your experience that I have 1 to 3 years or 4 years of experience as a business analyst, but then the organizations they put certain restrictions on what on your educational background as well. Okay, so any questions so far, guys?
This is Anusha. I have a question over here. Actually, I've completed my master's degree in MCom, but currently I'm working as in quality assurance as a tester. So, is it possible for me to complete this PA role, or else a prerequisite first itself we have to have that MC or MTech degree like that?
So Anusha, you are already working as a QA in some
Yeah,
IT industry.
yeah, yes, you're right. But I have completed my master's in MCom. So, is it possible for me to
Okay.
switch over to BA?
Yes, yes. So if you have already entered into the IT, then
Mm-mm.
it's no longer a major roadblock. So my intention was that while entering into the IT itself, it may act as a
Oh.
barrier.
Okay, fine, fine. So the person who's already in IT, for them it is an easy to switch over as a BA.
Yes,
So degree
yes,
doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
yes.
Thank you, doctor. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so moving forward, what are some of the myths or assumptions around business analyst course or business analyst profile? So guys, remember in today's course, we are covering the prerequisites part. Okay, so on day one of our demo, we are majorly focusing our concern on what the course outline will be. In tomorrow's demo, then we are going to talk about what is the business analyst profile. Okay, what you are expected to do as business analyst, and then maybe some of the key terms associated with IT industry, because again it is being assumed that some of you may be from non-IT industry and then want to switch into the IT world. So we'll go through those topics from tomorrow onwards, but today's focus is mainly on our course with respect to course, that you should get comfortable with the contents of the course. You should feel that there is something that this course has to offer you. Now, though business analyst is a technical role, so why I say it's a technical role in IT industry, there are three key players who work on. It's not that others are not important, but three key players with respect to software development or building any type of application. Okay, so that is called building application is called software development technically. Now, one person is business analyst, second is your developer who is writing the code, and third is the tester slash also known as QA, quality assurance. Okay, since these guys are working in tandem to build a software or an application, so these three are majorly termed as technical people. Okay, so you can also call them or their work technical in nature. Okay, so when someone says you need technical background, I'm saying that in general language, what they say is that you need to have certain coding experience or you should be able to write programs. Now, being able to write programs is an added advantage, but not a prerequisite. So, as a business analyst, it is not at all needed that you should have coding experience. Okay, so all three together are technical, but even though they are technical, their job is technical in nature. It doesn't mean that all are doing the same thing. Okay, so business analyst, for example, is primarily focusing on getting requirements. Okay, then developer is primarily focusing on writing code for the requirements, and the QA person is primarily responsible for testing the code against the requirements. Okay, so all three people have different roles and responsibility, but they are all their job is all technical in nature. So don't assume that being technical means writing code. That is for developer. As a business analyst, it is getting it is getting requirements. It's a non coding. Instead of saying technical, we'll call it non coding role. But knowing coding is always an added advantage. Okay, then again same thing. Elaborating on the first part, if you don't have technical background, so again I'm using the language that is used between the friends and colleagues on day-to-day basis. They assume that coding is technical. Basically, everyone's job is technical in nature. Okay, they are doing certain things with respect to technology. So everyone's job is technical in nature. But what we should be mainly saying is, if you don't know coding, or if you are not from IT industry, suppose if you are a fresher who has no IT experience, then it's not possible to start your journey as business analyst. Now there is no doubt that people who are already part of IT industry, people who already have some coding experience by working either as developer or as an automation tester, they already have an added advantage. They know the industry better, they know how the things work, so they don't have to remember all of those things. But as compared to someone who is from non-IT industry, because they need to understand how the IT industry is structured, how things work, and then on top of that, they have to build their knowledge with respect to business analyst profile. So for someone who is part of IT industry, they already know the basic concepts. Okay, they know the basic terminologies. So it is not at all difficult to start your career without technical background. But what is certainly required is an extra amount of hard work. Okay, we cannot think that this will be an easy peasy work, that you simply come in, you simply start talking to certain people and get started. Remember, business analyst is your customer facing role. Okay, your developer may not be interacting with customer on day to day basis, a QA may not be interacting with customer on day to day basis, but a business analyst does interact with customer a lot. Okay, so a lot of your work that's being worked by developer or QA is actually coming through the interaction skills of business analyst. Now, as a fresher also you can become BA. There is no harm. As a fresher you become developer, as a fresher you become QA. So as a fresher you can certainly become BA. Okay. It's not that as a BA there are certain skills that are not there. So what used to happen, guys, is just to give you a background. In India, when IT industry was booming, a lot of focus was on writing codes and testing the codes. Okay, these programming languages, they build up your application or the software, and the business analyst part of this entire coding or entire software building application was being done by the people sitting in the client location. So for example, if my client is from America, the business analyst person would be there in America. My developer and tester could be here sitting in India. Now, as things evolved, as IT industries matured, they realized that in order to grow further, they need to capture this business analyst work as well. That if someone sitting in US or Europe is doing the business analysis or is playing the role of business analyst, how am I going to further increase my revenues, increase my profits? How am I going to build a resilient system? So now in the recent trends that I would say in last 9 years or in the last decade or so, a lot of focus has been shifted on getting business analyst role to India as well. So that's where most of the times when people say that a fresher cannot become BA, that is because in India earlier you never had the concept of business analyst. And in the last decade or so, the business analyst profiles have been started coming to India. So now as a fresher, now you have got three options. Earlier as a fresher, you had two options, that you could either become tester, you could either become a developer. Now there is this third option as well, that you can either go for a business analyst profile as well. Okay. Now some of the organizations can call in that SMEs and business analysts, they do the same work, but that's not the case. SMEs have different line of interest. So SME stands for subject matter expert. So what's an SME? SME stands for subject matter expert. So consider your college professors. Your maths professor is an expert in the area of maths. Okay, your maths professor could not, they may have knowledge about English or other languages, but their core area of expertise remains with mathematics. So they were teaching you mainly mathematics. Similarly, your physics teacher would teach you physics, then your chemistry teacher would teach you chemistry. So they earned expertise in a particular subject or moreover in a particular area. So those people are termed as business analysts. Now, as a those people are termed as SMEs. Now, as business analyst, you may not become an SME, but you are still expected to know about different subjects, know about and not become an expert in those subjects. So that is why SME and business analyst are two different areas altogether. So let me open the course content actually and show you guys what we are going to cover as part of business analyst. Okay, so the entire training program has been divided into three categories mainly. One is where we'll be focusing on business analyst introduction. So introduction basically means what are some of the commonly used terms within IT industry. So introduction has Again, I'll show you what all topics will be covered, but to provide you guys an overview of the introduction aspect, this is basically to bring even the non-IT people onto speed. So the introduction will have two parts mainly. One that focuses on how an IT industry operates, how do we get the work, some of the commonly used terms in IT industry, okay? What are the roles and responsibilities of business analyst? Who is a business analyst? What are the different types of IT companies? How the team structure looks like in IT industry? As a business analyst, what will be your roles and responsibilities? And then, based on my experience so far, what are some of the do's and don'ts as business analyst? Okay, so this will at least cover you or prepare you for, or this will actually get your base prepared. So on top of which, then we'll move on to the SDLC part. So SDLC stands for Software Development Lifecycle. Okay. So it stands for Software Development Lifecycle, where we will be talking about how a software is built, what all things are required for building a software. Okay, not from technical perspective, not trying to cover like what programming language you need, okay, but different type of people that are needed in your when you're trying to build an application. What are the different sets of people needed, and what each and everyone will do in order to contribute towards building software. So when it comes to SDLC, our main focus will be on waterfall. Even though waterfall has become slightly old and not lot of organizations are using it, but some of the concepts or some of the inputs that a business analyst was doing in waterfall still passes on to agile. Okay, it's not that agile means something completely new way of doing work. Okay, some of the concepts still evolved or comes from waterfall. So what all are some of the topics is that we'll discuss on these topics. Okay, what are stakeholders? How do we manage stakeholders? Okay, and don't worry about these technical terms, guys. Uh, when we are starting our day two demo or even through the regular classes, we will go through these terms. We'll understand what these different terms means. RACI matrix, how do you define roles and responsibilities? What are different types of requirements? What is elicitation? How do you do requirements elicitation? What are the different techniques used for elicitation? How do you document your requirement? What is the importance of documentation? Then we'll look at some of the key documentation that as a business analyst you'll be working on. Your business requirement document, functional requirement document, software requirement specification, use case document, and RTM, that is requirement traceability metrics. Then our next part will be, since everything nowadays in a IT industry has almost become agile, if not 100%, almost have become agile. So we'll talk about introducing agile, what agile means, and some of the popular agile frameworks. So one of the confusions that a lot of people has is agile is equal to scrum slash safe. Okay, but that is not true. Okay? Agile is a methodology or a concept on top of which there are certain frameworks. Okay, so you Scrum is a framework that utilizes agile concepts. Okay, similar to this one, SDLC. Using SDLC concepts, you can either work in waterfall or agile. So similarly, there are certain frameworks that have become popular over time, but we are not going to discuss all those in detail. So when I'm covering agile, I'll tell you. in one statement what all these frameworks are. But we are going to cover Scrum in detail. So Scrum will be covered in detail. All others, I'll just give you a brief overview. Okay. So in this, what is Scrum framework? What is difference between waterfall and Scrum? That's one of the favorite questions that interviewers like to ask. What are the different events or ceremonies that happen as part of Scrum? What is Epic? What is user story? How do you do requirement prioritizations? How do you do story estimations? What are the different techniques used for story estimation? And then while we are going through all these topics, for example, introduction or waterfall methodology or agile or scrum, remember that there will be assignments that I have prepared at the end of certain topics. Okay. And as we go through the topic, it is expected that anyone who is continuing with the course is doing the or is taking care of the assignments on time. Assignments will help you revise the concepts and further cement your understanding on the concepts. And also, assignments are there to show you guys what challenges you may face while working on real time. So when you do the assignments, they will help you get doubts, and then you can discuss those doubts with me and we'll get it clarified. Towards the end of this entire course, there are two case studies. Okay. So whatever we studied so far, the intention of this case studies is whatever we studied so far, utilize that knowledge in the form of case study. So when you do the case study, it will utilize your end-to-end knowledge. Okay. Any questions so far, guys? Okay. I'll assume that silence means no question. So let's get started. Okay. Now we will be mainly focusing on the first two aspects of tool during this course. Jira is one of the more popular tool that is used for capturing your agile events. Okay, so when we are learning about Scrum and we are going to learn about different events within the Scrum, so all those things are particularly captured using Jira. Okay, so we'll be learning Jira tool. Jira is again an open source and freely available tool. So you all can also access it and further revise your concepts using Jira. Then Visio or a similar type of tool that will help you get started on creating flow charts or flow diagrams. So when you start working as business analyst, you'll realize that it is much more easier to represent your ideas pictorially in the form of a picture, in the form of a flow chart. It helps you gain traction as well. So it doesn't matter whether you have worked on any flowchart tool till now or not. We are going to learn one in this class or during this course, and it will help you do the basic activities, so that again when you get started in your actual job as business analyst, you don't feel uncomfortable when someone asks you to create a flowchart. And then the last one, I assume that most of the people, whether you are a college student or an IT professional or a non-IT professional, you have some access to Microsoft Office. So majorly I'm talking about Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay, so these three aspects you have some access to it, and then based on whatever knowledge you have, will give you certain assignments in which you are going to use these three tools again. Now, this is our entire timeline for the course. Okay, so what I have shown in this roadmap or the timeline duration is only for the part that we are going to cover in this course. Now, this course also offers you mock interviews and resume preparation that will come into picture once we are done with the course. Okay, so the entire course duration, including your resume and mock interviews, may span to 6 weeks. Okay, but majorly on our week one, we'll be focusing on getting ourselves acquainted with business analyst terms. What do each term means? How the IT industry is structured? How do we get the work? What are the different type of people? What are their roles and responsibilities? SDLC. So that will be our week one. Week two, we will get started with again some of the prerequisites before requirement gathering. That is, how do we do stakeholder analysis? What are the different types of requirements? How do we draw diagrams? And then week three will cover about requirement elicitations. How do we document requirements? So basically, whatever information we have gained so far, how do we put that information into a document? What are the different types of those documents? And how do we gather that information that we need to put into the document? Then week 4 will be about agile as such, and week 5 will be case study and preparation. Okay, now remember guys, this is not rigid duration. Okay, some of the people may not be able to or may not be from the IT industry, so they may have more questions with respect to knowing things in a little better way. Now, because of that, what may happen is, suppose the course may run for a little longer time. Because, I mean, usually I'll not say that I'll not clear your doubt because it's a 1 hour session only. So in 1 hour, everyone will have a chance to ask their questions. And suppose if you only asked your questions today, then maybe we'll start the topic from tomorrow, so that you guys are clear inside your head that what is expected out of you. Okay, so this course duration, depending on what type of people are enrolling in, they may have certain questions. Okay, so which may stretch this duration by couple more days, but that is okay as long as students are okay, that their doubts are getting clarified, that they are able to learn something. I'm okay. Now, what are the different outcomes that you can expect from training? So basically, all these points, bullet points that are written over here, this is what is expected out of a business analyst on a day-to-day basis. Okay. So what you will be doing or as a business analyst is what you can expect to learn from this course. Again, this course is not to mug up some certain things inside your head so that you clear your job, but this is also to ensure that when you clear an interview, when you get started with a job, you have the basic knowledge to be able to do your work so that you don't require further job support. Now, in order to learn all these things, what is expected out of you is commitment from your side to join course on regular basis, and also to be able to complete your assignments. Joining the course and learning the concept alone is not important. When you do assignments, you are able to better understand what difficulties you are facing. Okay, unless you do something, you will never know what are the challenges associated with it. Okay, it's, for example, it's easy to say that let's go out and maybe enjoy some time out with friends, but unless you go out, you will never realize what could be the challenges you may have to face. For example, when you have to go from point A to point B, you may realize that there is lot of traffic congestion. Okay, and when you go out, maybe in when you are going out for having dinner or something, you may realize that the restaurant you are visiting doesn't have any table available. Okay, so unless you do things, you will never realize how they actually work. So the second part, that's why that not just
Yeah.
focus on not just focus on joining trainings, but joining training plus completing assignments. Okay. Together, these two concepts will help you build the required knowledge. When I say joining training is, it's not that this program, but joining training on time once you have enrolled into the program. Okay. So that you understand what role business analyst performs, how do as a business analyst you plan your requirement activities or elicitation, what type of elicitation techniques do you use to gather information, how do you create a model. Okay, model is nothing but a prototype of whatever you have learned. How do you document your information, whatever you have gathered in the form of BRD or FRD. Okay. How do you validate or analyze requirements? How do you pick up an elicitation techniques?
No.
How do you review the requirement document and different type of
Sure.
stuffs? Any questions, guys?
మీటింగ్ ఏదో ఉంటే జాయిన్ అయ్యాను కోర్స్. కాదు కాదు
Sorry,
కాదు కాదు బిజినెస్ అనలిస్ట్ మనకు పని చేయదులే. లేచింది లేచింది.
I'm not able to understand your question. What is your question?
ఎక్కడ?
Is there a
ఆ, అవునా? ఉమ్,
Actually, he has turned on the mic by mistake, I think so.
వైజాగ్ నుంచి వైజాగ్ నుంచి వర్క్ ఫ్రమ్ హోమా?
Sorry, I was not able to get your question, but I mean, if you can type in also, I will review the questions. So I see someone has posted, Shravan, that currently I work in civil domain. Can I shift? Certainly, Shravan. So again, like I said, if you are part of non-IT industry, I think what you need to be careful about is whether you meet the educational background criteria, or you only apply in companies that don't care about your educational background. Will Harsha Trainings be providing assistance, job assistance for BA? So for that, I'll request you guys. So I am here to provide you the training part. Okay. The training coordinator who has been sharing the links with you, please reach out to them. Okay, they'll be able to further guide you on what all things they can provide or help you with. But from my side, it's only going through or helping you guys learn about the nuances of business analyst, help you prepare resume, help you understand or go through some of the mock interviews, at least two mock interviews over here, clarify all your doubts time to time. And if I come across any job position opening, then I'll share that with you guys as well. But for job assistance or whatever clarification you need, Nikhil, just reach out to Harsha Trainings once. Okay, so you said you have master's degree. So master's degree, Shravan, as in you have master's in engineering technology. Okay, then it should be easy for you. Easy as in since you meet the educational background criteria. So once you do the training, you can project yourself as a business analyst. So how much salary can we expect? That depends on uh, what experience you are going into. So, for example, the usual criteria nowadays is your number of experience into two. Okay. So earlier the criteria was number of years of experience into 1.5. That means if you have 3 years of experience into 1.5 becomes 4.5 lakh. Okay, so that was the earlier criteria, but nowadays organizations are willing to pay up to, they have changed this multiplier up to 2. So I'm not saying that you will directly get a 6 lakh, but that is up to 2 means for a 3-year experience you can expect that much. Okay, now once you work for certain duration as a business analyst and you transition your role, and we'll be covering it, and you transition your role into a product owner, then I have certain cases where 8 to 10 year experience people, they are earning somewhere around 25 lakh per annum. But that depends on your interest. Okay, so before we get into that salary zone, that depends on your interest, that when we start taking up or doing certain type of work, then only we understand whether it is taking or capturing our interest or not. So when you continue to work as business analyst, then your next progression is towards product owner. So if you are able to successfully or clearly work as business analyst and then move on to product owner, you can certainly expect good amount of salary. Okay, so I think I have covered everyone's question in Q&A. If you have put in any question in Q&A or in chat box and you think I did not answer it, then please put it again. Or if you want to directly ask question, just unmute yourself and you can ask question.
Hi, this is Mahesh.
Yeah, Mahesh, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm into IT only. I have around 10 plus years of experience into mainframe technology. But last year I came out of this and I wanted to switch the domain. So, after completing the course, can I change this experience into BA while preparing the resume? Will you help us?
Sure. So Mahesh, your previous experience in IT was as a developer or tester or project manager?
Yeah, it's a lead actually, but I know whatever you're saying, a little bit of this Jira and all these things, how we need to fill it out when doing the story, this epic stories and tasks and all. So I know a little bit, but not a clear picture. Usually uh, fill up all these Jira timings and everything while doing your assignment. So in that case, I have some experience in this. But completely switching over to a BA role, it is we need. I need to get more knowledge on it. So after completing the course, can I change this experience into this BA role while preparing the resume?
Certainly, certainly. So that's where I'll help you. So once we go on to the resume preparation part, I'll tell you what all things you can put into your resume. And again, since you have 10 years of experience, you cannot normally put all 10 years as BA. Okay.
No, 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 no,
Otherwise,
no. I'm
people
not
will
telling that.
have,
But
yeah,
the recent experience.
yes, yes. So this course will definitely help you understand the basics. get started with the more popular techniques, understand how you work, but that is more of an entry level BA. I would say around 2 to 3 years of experience.
Okay. So, can you tell me the relation about this product owner? Is it related to the business analyst? I mean, how it connects to the business analyst? You're saying about product owner.
Yes, so that is a little bit advanced role. So once you work as business analyst for certain duration, you move as product owner. Now, a lot of organizations are hiring freshers as well for product owner, but they are hiring it mainly from the tier one colleges like the IITs, NITs, so those type of things. Only if you
So,
have current experience as product owners, you can again switch as product owner to another organization. But if you have no experience as product owner, then what I suggest is work as business analyst for 1 2 year, understand, see
mhm.
how things are moving forward. Do you really liking your job or not? If you think you are liking your job, then 1 to 2 year experience is enough to transition into an associate role in product owner, associate product owner, where you help design the products, and then
Uh,
you gradually move on to become product owner.
okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, guys?
Hey, hi. My name is Rishna, and I just want to confirm. Previously, I was a banker and took a break of 6 years. Now, do I have a chance of BA?
Yes, Srijana. So 6 years break, as in you did not do any type of work in those 6 years?
Yeah, I did not do any kind of work.
Okay. So I thought like in your question you mentioned 6 years into another domain. But
No, no, I
certain
wasn't into any.
organizations,
Mm-hmm,
not all, but certain organizations like TCS or Accenture, they have certain criteria on break that you can have. Okay, so if you
okay.
have longer breaks, they may not call you for any type of job interviews. But I
Mm-hmm,
think for you to get started, you can start with startups. But startups, they require much more hard work from you, because in
okay.
startups you may not have dedicated team members. You may
Mm-hmm,
be asked to work on multiple things at a time. So it's a very demanding job and again risky. So why mainly people join bigger organizations is the risk there is lesser. So there is more
okay.
job safety in big organizations,
Mm-hmm,
whereas there is less job safety in startups. But then in order to attract talent, startups are a little bit lenient in terms of job gaps. That even if you have higher gaps, that is okay, as long
okay.
as you are able to justify the role.
Okay. That's what I want to confirm. Thank you so much.
Sure. So as moving forward, as I said, once we are done with the course, there will be 2 case studies, and that every one of you has to complete. Everyone, as in whoever enrolls for this course and decides to move forward, will have to complete the 2 courses as 2 case studies. But as we go on and do the case study, remember that the trainings may not, uh, I mean, the classes will be there, but it will be more of a doubt clearing sessions. So for example, we'll continue to have, once we are done with all the concepts and when you guys are working on the case study, I will be continuing to join at 7:30 a.m. as usual. You guys, what you have to do is, if you have any questions, join your class at 7:30, ask me for clarification. If you think that you are able to move forward, you don't have any doubt, continue doing your case study. But the case study is not going to be for indefinite time. Okay. At max, I will give you guys a duration of 1 week. So after 1 week, you have to present your case study. Okay. So once you are done with your case study, then only we'll consider that the course is complete for you. Okay, so don't assume that case study means you can even take 1 month or 2 month time. From the day I explain the case study to you, try to finish it within a week. Then while your case studies are happening, if all the students decide that we have certain time, or we want to do mock interviews after case studies or during case study itself, we can do mock interviews and resume preparation. Okay. So first day of resume preparation, and then followed by 2 mock interviews, where what we are trying to do is I'll try to explain to you how to present yourself, how to try and answer questions, some of the commonly asked questions, and also during the entire course that we'll be going through, I'll be sharing with you the real time experience as well. Okay, this course is not designed to teach only theories with you guys. Okay, basically I have put down my real time experience also into the course, so I'll keep telling you what interviewers may ask, may not ask, and also from the job perspective, that the motive is not only clearing interview, the motive is after clearing interview we should be able to do our job as well. Okay, we should know how to ask questions, how to move forward. Now, these are certain certifications, and remember, guys, the certifications are not part of this course. Harsha Trainings will give you a course completion certificate that you have enrolled and completed the training successfully. But there are certain certifications that are offered by IIBA, that's the parent organization, which offers all these certifications. Now these certifications vary on your experience level. For example, ECBA is your entry level certification, for which you can even give that exam immediately after completing this course, because you will have the required knowledge or the skill set. But when it comes to CCBA or CBAP, they require a much more experience. Even though no one is going to validate whether you have real time experience or not, see, IIBA doesn't care. Even if you do, if you have 0 years of experience, the CCBA, you can give CCBA as long as you know you have 2 references. Okay, so you should provide 2 references while enrolling for the exam, and those 2 references will confirm that yes, I know this person has the experience. So that's all IIBA does to validate your experience. If you find 2 CCBA professionals who are ready to refer you, then they don't care whether you have correct experience or not. But what I usually say is, unless you get into your work, unless you start liking your work, don't go for certifications. Okay, it may prove to be wastage of money, especially if you are not continuing with the same domain. Okay, and also certain questions are asked around real time experiences, and everyone will have different trajectory of real time experience. So when you, for ECBA, you can immediately go as soon as you are done with the course, or even when you start your job as business analyst, maybe 5 to 6 months of your work as job as business analyst. But for CCBA, try to have at least 1 to 2 year of experience and then only go for the certification. CBAP is actually more detailed one. They ask you to prepare case studies also. So I would suggest that when you have around 4 to 5 years of experience as a business analyst, then only go for CBAP certification. Okay, so this is more of a professional certification. Now here are the exam formats for the different certifications. For example, in ECBA, you will be given 1.5 hour duration, and within that 1.5 hour, you need to complete 50 multiple choice questions. For CCBA, you need to finish 130 multiple choice questions within 180 minutes. Okay, and for CBAP, like I said, it's a little bit harder one. So in 210 minutes, that is close to 3.5 hour of course, you need to finish 120 questions. Now for all these three, the exam rule is simple. You can have up to 3 attempts. Okay, in one piece you can give up to 3 attempts within 1 year period. Now ECBA, there is no renewal cost or there is no renewal criteria, but for CCBA and CBAP, you need to earn units, 60 CDUs every 3 years, and these CDUs are, they can be either earned through attending some of the seminars that these guys organize, or conducting other programs that these guys organize. So each activity will give you certain CDU, and you need to have 60 CDUs every 3 years that you can then use for renewing your certification. Okay, so last one, uh, that everyone has. So, as a business analyst, this course is preparing you for entry level. I would say approximately 2 to 3 years of experience. So, once you are done with the course, you should be able to do jobs that a 2 to 3 year person is currently handling as a business analyst. Now, with that knowledge and with your own experience, you gradually move on to mid-level roles. So, entry-level role could be your business analyst, mid-level could be your senior business analyst or a lead, team lead kind of person, and a much more senior level comes as product owner. Okay, so nowadays in Agile, everything's are moving towards product. Instead of saying softwares, they are saying products. So a much more senior level role is working as a product owner or a product manager. Okay, so that was the last slide that I had to cover. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, so if you guys do not have any questions, I just have one request to you. So I'll put down the training coordinator's number, okay, into the group chat. What is expected from you is not to confirm that you guys are enrolling for the course, but just to let the coordinator know, training coordinator from Harsha Trainings, that you guys were able to attend this demo, and if you have any feedback with respect to demo. These demo session will be there tomorrow and day after tomorrow as well. So I'm just putting down the number. Okay. So what we covered yesterday was, what is this course all about? What is it that we are going to cover? What can you expect from the course? So yesterday we had basically how this training has been prepared. Now today on our day two, we'll look at history of. Okay, so before we start talking, uh, what a BA does, what are roles and responsibilities of BA, what are the different skill sets that are needed as BA, how the IT industry is structured, what are the different sets of people that are involved on day-to-day development work, what techniques will you use as BA. So before we go into all those details, let's try and understand how this role of BA was created in first place. Okay, so in the earlier days, development was pretty simple. Okay, so building software was relatively a simple activity, was a straightforward activity. And why I'm saying it was a straightforward activity, simply because all one had to do was the client would interact with developers. Okay, so there was no concept of BA. It was the coding team, people who would create the application, people who would write the code for the application. So client, whatever they need, they would directly tell the developers based on client input, they will create the application or the software. Okay. So things were pretty simple. No business analyst as of now, only developers and client. So what happens over here is next phase was client would communicate their requirement to developers, and developers will write code to create application accordingly. Okay, now what was the problem with this model was, I mean, it's not that the software was not getting created, but there were certain problems with the code, with the application being built actually. So what happened is, when you talk to a developer, they are more focused on writing code than thinking about the aspects such as making the application user friendly. Okay, so what is meant by user friendly, that when people look at your application, they should find it easy to use. Okay, so user friendly is something that people find easy to use. But when developers were talking to client, they were building applications which were not relatively easy to use, because their focus was on writing code and not on deciding or ensuring that the application that they are building is easy to use, not being able to make the application user friendly. They lacked the business vision. Okay, not every time when you build a product or when you create a product, you always have to think about the future as well. You just don't build the product keeping in mind the current position. Suppose today you are going to create a software, and let's say you are going to build an e-commerce application. Suppose today 100 people may be using that e-commerce application, but you don't want only 100 people to use the application every time. In future, maybe you want 1 lakh people to use, maybe you want 10 lakh people to use. So with that in mind, you should always keep an eye on the future, that what is it, how my application should be able to handle data or traffic in future as well. So developers lack that business vision, how to build applications to ensure that they are able to handle data or traffic for future as well. Now obviously another thing was lack of documentation. So when you build a software, or whenever you order, for example, in our day-to-day life, when you order a washing machine or when you order a television set, what happens is you get the washing machine unit or you get the television unit. Along with that, you get a user manual or a user guide that tells how to use that electronic machine. Okay, even with mobiles also that we order, we get a uh, we get a user guide or a user manual that tells us how, what are the different features and functions of the phone. Now when developers were building this software, they lacked this documentation. Since their main focus was on building the software or writing the code, there was less focus on documentation. So what happens is, when you don't create documents, when you don't create documents, in future, when you retire, the other person finds it difficult to analyze the software or identify what changes are needed in the software. Okay, because there is no document around how the software was built. So now actually all these problems led to people thinking on how to solve this problem. Okay, normally every business that is started, they want to grow. Okay, no one starts business for being small scale one. Everyone wants to become a large company. Everyone wants to make lot of profits. So when businesses are growing, they think that accordingly our IT should also grow, and our interaction with IT should be seamless. Okay, so now this led to people thinking that what can we do to ensure that our softwares that are being created, one, they are user friendly, that our softwares are user friendly, that our softwares are created by keeping future business vision in mind as well, that all the software that is created, they have proper documentation also. Okay, and that there is someone who can interact with the client in the normal language. See, developers or testers or anyone in the IT team in those days, they were mainly focusing on technical terms. Okay, that tell me how to write code, what requirement do you need to write code. But clients, they may not understand so much about code as such, because they have a business vision in mind. For example, I want to create a e-commerce application or e-commerce website, but they may not know how many features should be there in e-commerce application. Okay, so let me show you, for example, how does Amazon or okay, so for example, a client may know that I want to build an e-commerce application where I can offer my dealers or sellers to sell products online, but they may not know how to create this website. What should be the different elements of this website? That we should have a search bar, that we should have sign-in options, that there should be a cart, that there should be sub menus over here. Okay, so that is where developers will ask them, tell me exact requirement what you want, and client may not know about the exact requirement. So they needed someone who can talk to client in day-to-day language, in normal business terms, and then convert that normal requirement into technical requirement so that developers can work on it. Okay. Now, when this problem was being discussed, people thought that let's have a client facing person who can understand the language of client, that is your regular conversations, and convert that into, okay. Now this person was named as business analyst. Okay, because as business analyst, your focus is on business part. Okay? Interact with client, understand what client wants, get details from client on what all vision they have in mind, how they want their product to look like in future. Okay, you do all that, you take all that input from the client. On top of taking inputs, you take inputs from the client. On top of input, you analyze what is beneficial. Okay, so client may tell you to build 100 things, but all 100 things may not be relevant or important. So you do some analysis. So for example, for doing analysis, what we typically do in IT is we read about the industry online and talk to seniors or other people in our team. Okay, and once you are done with analysis, then keep the relevant requirements only. So in future, as we go through the classes, we will we'll get into more details of how do you take input from the client. Okay, how do you initiate your conversation in the client. As at this moment, I have just listed out the high level activity, that what is being done over here. Okay, high level activity. But in coming classes, we'll go in detail on how do you initiate conversations with the client, how do you talk to the client, and how do you get more inputs from them. And that after taking inputs, how do you do the analysis, and post analysis, how do you keep the relevant requirements. And since we said one of the key, when business analyst was not there, there was lack of documentation. So when you identify the requirements, then what you do is you document these requirements. Okay. So now we have someone who can talk to client in regular language and not in technical terms. We have someone who is creating documentations. We have someone who has kept future vision in mind, and who is also ensuring that we are building user friendly. User friendly means easy to use applications. Okay, so far any questions, guys? I hope you all are able to follow along. Okay. So then moving on to the next part, let's quickly discuss now that role of BA was created, what a business analyst will typically do on a day-to-day basis. Okay. So that is our roles and responsibilities on day-to-day basis. But before we get over there, I want some input from you guys, since you guys would have done some research. Okay, I'm assuming that you guys would have done some research in trying to identify what a business analyst does. So during your research, what did you people come across? Okay, what did you understand that a business analyst has to do, or what is their role and responsibility in the IT industry?
So the BA has a direct contact with the client, and he is the person who gets the requirement, and he is the person who gives, and he sorts out the thing, and he gives an what to say. He gives an idea of how it will work, and how does it work. So that is the main role of the business analyst.
Okay, good. Anyone who has any other idea?
Business analyst, he communicate with the client, and from there he takes the requirements, and same he sends that to the coding people, how to do with the software coding.
Okay, good. Meets with client. So this is pretty much your what you people will be doing as business analyst, but this is only your 50% of the role. Okay. So typically what we see, but let's get into a little more detail on what a business analyst will do on a day-to-day basis. Okay. So first thing is, as a business analyst, one should have good knowledge of the subject. So what is this subject? Suppose you are working for a banking client. Okay. Then you should have good knowledge on banking industry. If your client is from banking domain, then before interacting with client, you should know some of the basics of banking industry. Now no one expects a business analyst, even as a business analyst also, one is not expected to be an expert on banking domain. Okay, there we have SMEs, subject matter experts, who are truly an experts on banking domain. But as business analysts, before initiating any conversations with client, we should understand, if client is part of banking domain, then what banking industry works like. Okay. Second is about client organization, that what is that organization doing, what is their vision, for how long they have been there into the banking domain. Okay, or if they are a startup, how they want to scale further, what is their unique idea, how are they trying to sell their products to customers. So you should have these two basic set of knowledge. One, whatever industry your client is part of, have some knowledge about that industry. Two, how does the client organization work. Okay, so we all start with knowledge. Now, in order to build knowledge, what you can do is, again, what we discussed over here. Read about it online or talk to other people in your team. Okay, so one of the simplest way of gathering input. See, the only idea is if you go unprepared in front of client may think that this person doesn't know anything. They may not have confidence in you. So we don't want such things to happen. What we want is we want client to feel comfortable. We want to demonstrate to the client that we are the experts. We truly know how to do the work. So that's why it is always essential to do the background work. Now once you have the information, then you set up your meetings with client. Okay, and then we will look at something called as elicitation techniques as part of this course, that you use any of the, so elicitation techniques is actually methods of drawing out opinions slash information from the client. Okay, so we will look at some of the more commonly used around 9 to 10 elicitation techniques that as a business analyst you will be generally using to get more information from the client. So why? Because clients, they mainly come up with ideas, okay, and they may not know how to document those ideas or how to connect different dots in the ideas. So as business analyst, we use one of the elicitation technique, or maybe more than one elicitation technique that we feel is relevant. Okay, so we use the elicitation technique, we get more information from the client, and then once you get more information from the client, then what we do is we do some analysis on top of the information. Okay, client can give us 100 information, but we need to analyze and identify what information is relevant. Analysis on top of information shared by client. Okay, so this information is usually, we'll term it as requirements. Okay, now once you do the analysis, you come with the requirements that are truly needed. On top of this, we apply certain techniques, and again we will look at these techniques in details on in further down the course. How do we sort these requirements and add priority to it? A simple example would be, suppose you guys are trying to order something online. Okay, so let me open this Amazon. Now suppose I'm trying to order this particular phone. Okay, now I cannot add or order this phone, or I cannot go to payment page unless I click on add to cart or buy now. So if I click on buy now, the first thing it asks me is you should sign in. Only when you sign in, you will be able to add items to the cart, or you will be able to buy. Okay, so we should log in. After login, what we can do, guys, suppose if you place an order, add items to cart. Once you added items to cart, then add address. Okay, they should know where we are going to deliver, where we need to deliver the item. Once you add address, and if that address is deliverable, then they redirect you to payment page. Okay, so this is the order. Now suppose you cannot have payment unless you added an address, and you cannot add address unless you have logged in and there are some items on your cart. Okay, so this is what is your requirement sorting and priority, that each requirement should follow a proper order. You cannot directly jump from login to payment. because the website or the application needs to know what is the value of item, then only they can redirect you to payment. If you don't have any item in the cart, how can they move you to payment page? So this is a particular logical flow that needs to happen so that you can buy an order, so you can buy an item. So this we will discuss through requirement sorting and prioritization. The idea as a business analyst is not just to get requirements, but on top of these requirements, how do we ensure that we create a proper logical flow? That is your sorting and priority techniques. Okay. Then at the end of it all, now you document and communicate requirements. Okay. So communicate requirement could be to your technical team, to your client as well, and coordinate with client to get sign off. Okay, we need to tell the client that what all requirements we have written. Suppose we have written requirement like user will log in, how user will log in, how user will add items, how user will add address, and how user will make payment. So once we give document all this and present it to client, then we need to coordinate with client to get sign off. Okay. Any questions so far on this one, guys? Now, along with these activities, there will be various smaller things that you guys will be doing. For example, uh, like speaking in general purpose language, explaining the requirements to technical team and clarifying their doubts, so that technical team knows exactly what is expected and they can build a software accordingly. Okay. Then when you when for testing to begin, okay, we will look at SDLC process, software development life cycle, that once you have written a code to create a software, you need to test it also. Okay, so there is a tester or a QA person, quality assurance guy, who is doing this testing. So for testing, they prepare certain scenarios, okay, that they will be testing the code against. So those scenarios, you as business analyst need to review those scenarios. So what do I mean by the scenarios? To give you guys an example, suppose we are trying to build a voting system. This voting system will generate the voter ID cards. Okay. Now, what could be your requirement for identifying someone who is eligible to vote? Okay. What is our criteria? One, the person should be 18 years and above. Number two, the person should be an Indian citizen. Number three, that your name should be part of the state population. Okay. You cannot say that you are staying in let's say Telangana or Andhra, but you want to vote in Delhi. or you want to vote in some other state, whereas your home state is a different one. Okay, so we ensure that your name appears in the list as well. So these three could be your major criterias for building a system that identifies whether a person is eligible for vote or not. Now what QA persons will do is they will create different scenarios. Okay, so they will say that, let's say there is a person A whose age is less than 18 years. Okay, let's say there is a person whose age is equal to 18 years and there is another person whose age is greater than 18 years. Plus Indian plus name is, I would say, in the list. Here I would say not Indian. Okay, so your tester can create different scenarios like this, that I will do testing of the code or the application based on these scenarios. Okay, so as a business analyst, you need to review these scenarios, and not just review, you need to give your feedback as well. That suppose if you think a particular scenario is irrelevant, then you can ask that the QA quality assurance person to remove that scenario. If you think that certain scenarios are not added which should be added, then you should recommend them on what they need to add to the test cases. Okay, so that is another activity that you people will be doing, that is reviewing the test case. Now once you reviewed the test case and the QA has executed the test scenarios, they will capture results, that this is as of now only the scenario what I am going to test. Once you execute these scenarios, there will be certain results. Okay, so you need to capture those results as well. For example, in this case, my result could be not eligible, isn't it? We are saying it should be 18 years and above, whereas person's age is less than 18 years. So we got the result as not eligible. Here also not eligible. Why? Because name is not in the list. Now what do you guys think we should get a result over here?
Eligible.
Yes. So similarly, for other two scenarios also, QA person will capture the results and they will create a document that is called as test results. Okay. So first we review test cases. Then once the test cases are executed, then we review the test results. Okay. And then at the end of it, we, as and when we are reviewing, we share that document with client as well. Okay, so initially when we review the test cases and we are okay with the test case, we share the test cases with client saying that these are the scenarios we are going to test. Once the results are ready, once you have reviewed the results, then we share the test results also with the client, that these are the results that we got, or that we have captured after we have executed the test cases. Okay, so that now client can look at how my application is behaving, and then accordingly they can again provide sign off. Any questions so far, guys? Yes. What a business analyst typically does. So this is where you will be spending majority of your efforts. Okay. Now there will be some things here and there that may be assigned to you as additional work, but that is more on ad hoc basis or on ad hoc nature. But majority of your effort, I would say around 80 to 90% of your daily effort will be around these activities. So these will be your primary roles and responsibilities. Any questions? Okay, if no questions, let's move forward. Now we kept saying that this entire discussion is focused on requirements. Okay, so what is this requirement basically, and how this requirement actually helps us achieve our goals? Okay, so requirement is basically any piece of ask that is, when fulfilled, creates helps create a working software. Okay, requirement is any ask that is, when fulfilled, helps in creating a working software. Okay, for example, a client can ask you that help me create a search bar in my e-commerce application. Okay, this could be your one of the requirements. Now when you fulfill this requirement, what happens is, at the end we get this search bar over here. Okay, in this search bar you can type in whatever you want to buy. So suppose if I type in some random words, it will it will show me accordingly the appropriate results. Okay, if I type in the appropriate category as well, suppose I want to buy uh, mobile phones, and once I click on search button, it shows me the appropriate results that I can review and click on buy. Similarly, if there is nothing that is found in this case, it should show me no results found for that particular product. Okay, so this is how typically my search bar is working. I can type in something. When I am typing something, it can show me a drop down that you can select from the drop down. Once I am done typing, I can click on search button. Okay, so this is typically what you guys will see as smaller pieces of requirements. In IT industry, and especially in service based companies, you are not going to build the entire application on your own. There will be lot of people working in tandem with you. Okay, so you will be given one small piece, someone else will be working on another piece, someone else will be working on another piece. Together all of you will be trying to create that bigger software or the bigger picture. Okay, so these smaller things, creating search bar, payment option, ability to add address, ability to log in, ability to register, these smaller things, they act as your requirements, okay, that needs to be fulfilled. Now broadly in IT industry we classify requirements as functional versus non-functional. Okay, so what is meant by functional and what is meant by non-functional, we'll quickly understand these two topics for the day, and then we will stop for any questions. Suppose, what is functional? Suppose this is my cursor. Okay, I take my cursor to internet edge and I click on it. So when I'm clicking on Microsoft Edge, what am I expecting? I am expecting that Edge browser should open. When I click on this plus button, what is my expectation? That a new tab should open. Okay. Similarly, in this search bar, what is it that I am expecting? I am expecting I should be able to type in something over here. Okay. So every option that I see on my screen is there with a particular intention. Okay, every item has a requirement. So like plus means create a new tab, this cross means close a tab, this cross button means close the entire application itself. Okay, so these things are termed as functional requirements. So functional requirements are requirements that help achieve a business objective. Then what is non-functional requirement? Non-functional requirement is, suppose I open Microsoft Edge and then I start typing something. Uh, let's say that I search for Vivek Ramaswamy, and you see the results were not displayed immediately. When I clicked on search, it took some time to load. Okay, so you saw there was a white page that was shown temporarily. So that time is actually, it took some time to load the page. Now imagine the results were showed in, let's say, 1 second. Currently the results were showed in 1 second, so I'm okay. But what if instead of 1 second, if it would have taken 10 seconds? Okay, that means your website is slow. Okay, so when things are slow, what usually happens? We don't try and spend more time on it. We get frustrated that we are searching for something and it is very slow. It is taking time to load. So when it is taking time to load, then we become little bit frustrated. So the amount of time taken to load a page is not a business requirement. Okay, client may not know how much time it should take to load a page, but it is more of a non-functional requirement, non-functional aspect, that how do we ensure that our web page loads quickly, it is not taking 10 seconds or 20 seconds. Then security, along with time, security aspect. Isn't it? We have our payment information added or stored on Amazon. We don't want anyone to hack Amazon's system. Otherwise, they will get access to our payment, our credit cards, debit card information. So we don't want that to happen. So these security aspects, how much time some certain things take, these are termed as your non-functional requirements. Okay, requirements that are not solving a business purpose but are enhancing your experience. So when time taken is smaller, you will like the product that everything loads so fast. When application is secure, you can confidently save your data in that application. Otherwise, you will always think that what if someone hacks the application? So that is your non-functional requirement, and that is what we try to categorize whenever we capture a requirement, whether that requirement is functional in nature, whether that requirement solves any business purpose or objective, or whether that requirement is non-functional in nature, whether that is helping us achieve additional layer of user friendliness or security or timeliness into our business objective. Okay, now these non-functional requirements are also termed sometimes as technical requirements. Okay, now for these functional requirements, you can certainly interact with client and get information. For these non-functional requirements, your client may not have all the information. Okay, understand that client is not a technical person. Client is just like they have a business idea inside their head, so they may not know everything. So you may have to discuss with your technical team or with your seniors as well. Okay, so your technical team could be your developers, architects. These all people could be part of your technical team, so you can have a discussion with your technical team and identify how much time our web page should take to load, what security protocol can we use, how do we prevent hacking onto our system, how do we make it much more secure. So you can discuss all these aspects with your technical team and your seniors as well. Naturally, when we are new to the team, we may not know everything. Okay, and it's okay, unless we are willing to learn, we will never know also. But we should not let anyone have a false impression that we know everything and that we can deliver everything. So we can discuss with our seniors on what should be done in these cases. Okay, going forward in future classes, what we are going to discuss in detail is how do we capture these requirements, how do we capture functional requirements versus non-functional requirements, and how do we document these different aspects. Any questions so far, guys? Are you all able to follow along?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so tomorrow we'll briefly cover few of the generally used terms. Okay, what are the commonly used terms in IT industry, and what do those terms mean. And then we will also discuss about what are some of the skill sets that are needed as a business analyst. See, we are saying that you need to do all these activities. Okay, we documented all these list of activities, but naturally, in order to accomplish your role or work as business analyst, or in order to fulfill these roles and responsibilities, there are certain skills that are needed. Okay, and we as business analysts need to know what are those skills or competencies that are required, so that we can work on it over time to acquire those skills. So tomorrow, during the second part of our discussion, let's discuss on what are the skills that are needed as BA or business analyst. And so first part we will discuss commonly used terms, and the second part would be on skills slash competencies that are required as a business analyst. Okay, and some of the common ways on how you can acquire them. So far, guys, do you have any questions with respect to what we covered yesterday, like the course overview, the training programs, or the topics that we covered today, how the role of business analyst came into IT industry, what a business analyst does on day-to-day basis. Then on day two, we looked at brief history of how this role of BA was created in IT industry. And then what are some of the common roles and responsibilities that a business analyst performs? Okay, for example, interacting with client, getting the requirement, uh, communicating those requirement to the coding people. Then one should also have good knowledge on the subject. So that is imperative that once you start working as BA, whatever industry you are part of, you should gather some knowledge around that industry, and then coordinate with client to get sign off. We also looked at one example, uh, that as a business analyst, we also need to be reviewing test cases and test results, share those artifacts with client, and then let coordinate with client to get sign off. So we looked at, for example, a particular system, a voting system that we have to build, what could be different conditions for it, and then according to those conditions, what could be different test cases that can be built on it. So review those test cases and provide your feedback on top of it. We also briefly looked at what are some of the uh, types of requirements, for example, functional and non-functional requirement. So today, let's cover the next topic. So today we will be discussing some of the commonly used terms that you'll be keep hearing as you start your work in IT industry as a business analyst. And then what are some of the skills that are required in order to be successfully performing your role as business analyst. Now we'll be covering these topics again in detail once we get started with the regular course. But for now, let's see at at brief what are some of the commonly used terms. Okay. So for example, IT team, that is your information technology team. Okay, team that is responsible for building the software. Now, there are certain members that are part of the team. Okay, who are those members? A project manager slash scrum master. Okay, so basically, a project manager or scrum master is someone who is responsible for tracking and ensuring that the activities related to software development are on track. Okay, suppose if by today the coding has to complete, then coding should get complete and testing should start. Okay, so a project manager or scrum master is someone who is responsible for ensuring that progress of the project of the software development. Okay, then we have developer. Developer is the person who actually writes the code. Okay, so any software that we want to build, there's an underlying code to it. So developer is the person who is writing the underlying code in order to build a software. Who is responsible for build the software. Then we have tester. Okay, so whatever code the developer is writing, we don't want to simply uh, move that or build or sell that software to the clients. Okay, we want to ensure that whatever code the developer is writing, that is defect free. That means it is giving the expected outputs. So we have a tester, or more oftenly called as QA as well, quality assurance person. Okay, responsible for testing the software that developer has coded. Okay, now another person who is part of IT team is business analyst, people like you and me. Okay, we already looked at who a business analyst is and what business analyst does. So can anyone quickly tell us what business analyst does?
He is a person who gets the mainly the requirements, who interact with the clients on behalf of the project manager, developer, and QA tester. So the BA, the analyst plays a major role in the collection of requirements.
Sure, very good. So the person is responsible for collecting the requirements. Which the software is built. Okay, so business analyst primarily is responsible for collecting the requirements which are used as basis to build the software. Okay, a developer doesn't build a software on their own. They need to know how the software will work, what will be the different components, what will be the different options that will be present in the software. So in order to get that information, business analyst collects the requirements. Basis those requirements, the developer will then start coding. Once the developer has completed coding, then the QA or the tester will start testing the code to ensure that it is all defect free. Now that leads to our next word, actually, that is defect. So what is defect? Defect is basically deviation from the expected output. Okay, so normally what happens is, uh, in any software program, we expect certain output. For example, when I click on this search bar over here, okay, what should happen is I should be able to click on this search bar and I should be able to type something over here. Okay, so that is the intention, that the search bar should allow me to write something so that I can search for items either within my laptop or uh, on the online. Now what if this particular search bar doesn't allow me to write over there? Okay, that would be a defect. So a defect is basically deviation from the expected output. Okay, for example, we have Wi-Fi routers at our home. What is the use of that? It helps us connect to the world of internet. Now that is the expected output from the router, that once we are connected to the Wi-Fi router we should be able to use internet. But if there is any issue and it is not allowing us to connect to the world of internet, then what we call, there's some defect. Okay, and we call in Airtel or Geo, whoever's connection we have, and tell them that we are not able to access the internet. So for every software program that we have, there is an expected output, and whenever my actual output differs from my expected output, that time we call it as defect, that we have encountered some defect. So actually coming back over here, we have some lead level positions also. So there could be person like a developer lead or a tester lead. So these are usually more experienced people who are actually responsible for educating and dividing the work between developers, or the tester lead will divide the work between different testers. That is when the actual output differs from the expected output. So for example, uh, going back to our voting system, suppose what we told was, suppose if a person's age is, let's say 22 years, okay, and that person is Indian and their name is also in the voting list. Okay, so they are satisfying all criteria. That means what is our expected output? That this person should get the voting card, okay, or the voter ID card, so that they can go and cast their vote. But suppose the actual output that we get is no voter ID card is sent. So here we are saying basis all the input, this should be my expected output. Okay, because the person satisfies all the criteria, so the person should get voter ID card. Whereas what happens in reality is no voter ID card is sent. So whenever there is deviation between expected output and actual output, that scenario is termed as defect. Okay, so whenever a defect happens, usually a QA person, a quality assurance or tester, will create a defect stating that there is some deviation between expected output and actual output, and then the developer will work on it. Okay, will work on it as in the developer will try to fix the defect so that the expected and our actual output can match. Any questions so far, guys? Okay, silence means no questions, so we'll move forward. The next term that we are going to look at is change request. Okay, simply stated, a change request is a request wherein the client is requesting or asking for some type of change. That change could be in terms of building new software, or that change could also be in terms of modifying an existing software. So a change request basically implies a client initiated change. That means my client for whom I am creating the software is asking for a change. Client initiated change in the software. Now this change could be of two types. One is to build new software or to make enhancements to new existing software. Okay, let's move forward and look at another term, that is environment. Okay, so normally any software that we guys see, the final outcome, that is not directly coded and delivered to us. There is lot of things that happen in the background. So what happens is developers, let's understand the definition of environment. So an environment actually provides system where different kind of activities can be performed parallelly. Okay, for example, whenever client raises a change request to make some modification to the software, so what happens is we want developer to make the changes. While developer is making the code changes, their code changes should not impact my other activities. For example, if I am making any testing or if I am doing any UAT, so those activities should not get impacted. So in order to ensure that the activities are not getting impacted, in IT we have usually built out different systems. So we will allocate one system to developer and say that you do your coding in that system. So let's say we call it as developer environment or developer system. We ask developer that you use this system to do your coding so that it is not impacting others. A copy of developer system will be QA environment slash system. Okay, so we ask the QA that you use this environment or system for doing your testing. So whenever developer has completed the code, so they will copy the software with updated code to QA system. Okay, so until while developer is working on the code, they will work only on developer environment or developer system, so that they are not impacting anyone else's work. Once they are done with their coding, once all is good, then what they do is they simply update their code or they copy their code to QA environment system. Now once this is done, okay, this is primarily used for testing. Now once we have tested, for sanity's sake, let's say then we have production environment slash system. Okay, so once you are done with testing, then what you do is copy the software with updated code to then production environment or production system. So once the code is in production environment or production system, that is when people like you and me starts using the software. Okay, so the intended audience is only using the software here. The audience doesn't care what kind of software is placed in QA environment or what kind of software is placed in developer environment. The intended audience only uses the software that is in production environment or on the production system. So we don't want our end users to get impacted because of any of our change. So that is why we make changes in development environment, so that we can identify issues, that if there are any issues and if we can catch that issue in developer environment, that is well and good. We don't have any impact to our production environment. Otherwise, what could happen is, if we are directly making changes in production environment and if there is any issue, then our end users will get impacted. If end users get impacted, they may stop using our software altogether. So we don't want that to happen. That's why we have built different systems to allow working things in parallel. That while the end user is using my software, I am also making some changes, but into a different environment. Now there could be more environments as well, not just three, but for the discussion's sake, I have just covered these three, but there will be more environments as well. And as we go through the course, we will look at these other environments as well that can be placed over here. Then let's look at one more term, elicitation. Okay. What is elicitation? Elicitation is an act. I mean, you can call it anything: framework, method, or process to gather information from the client. So basically, we are building software on the basis of what client wants. So we want to know from client what is it that they are looking for in the software, what type of software they want to build. But most of the time, client has an idea inside their head, okay, that what kind of software they want to build. But converting that idea into a requirement is where business analyst will come into picture. So we use any of the appropriate elicitation techniques, and we'll be covering elicitation techniques in detail as we go through the course. So we have some 8 to 10 elicitation techniques. Depending on the scenario that we are in, we can use any one of the elicitation technique. So those elicitation techniques will help us gather information from the client. Okay. So once we gather this information, we work on this information only. So that will help us create the requirements then. So elicitation techniques, the main intention is is to use any of the appropriate elicitation technique to gather more and more information from the client. So elicitation in general, the English definition of elicitation is to gather knowledge from the other person. Okay. So here our client has the knowledge, and what we are trying to do is to gather the knowledge from the client so that we can have our requirements ready. There are about 8 to 10 techniques that are more widely used. It's not that these 8 to 10 techniques are the only ones. There could be more as well, but some of them are more of theoretical in nature. So in my practical experience, I have used at least 90% of techniques from these 8 to 10 sets only. Okay. So most of the time, the situation that you are in, you'll be using either one of these 8 to 10 techniques. Okay. Not more than that. Any questions, guys, so far? Okay, so let's move to the next topic, that is, what are some of the skills or competencies that are required in business analyst in order to be able to successfully perform their job? Okay, so one is learning. Why learning? So we often think that, and it's not about just business analyst, it's basically related to any field. But what happens is, suppose as a business analyst, today you are working for a health insurance client. So you need to know about the health insurance industry, that how the health insurance industry works in general, how the health insurance industry has been evolving. Now, once you gather some knowledge about health insurance, then you start talking about your client. Okay, what your client does in the health insurance industry, okay? How different the client is from the other players, what services my client offers within the health insurance industry or the health insurance sector. So you learn about these things, and then you are able to deliver or do your work appropriately. Next, suppose if now you are assigned to a client that is part of the banking industry, then you need to learn at least the basics of banking. So there is a constant learning in the process. It's not that you can get away with the learning experiences. So the only way is that you if you start with a health insurance or a banking domain experience or any other retail, then if you don't want to learn, the only thing could be you stick to that domain forever. But that doesn't happen. Okay, so we keep getting new clients in IT industry, and we are not restricting ourselves that we will build software only for banking domain. Okay, we try and build software for all the available clients, and because we want to build software for all the available client, so we have to keep evolving. Okay, we have to keep learning new things. So that is one area that you will be uh, putting a lot of focus on. You have to constantly keep learning. Okay, so learning doesn't mean that you become an expert on that particular industry. Learning is only to ensure that you are able to drive conversations with people. Okay, for example, if someone says in banking industry savings bank account or current account or loan books, you are not, okay, perplexed, or you are not thinking that what is this term, what does this mean. So you should have some basic idea about the industry. So one area where you will be spending a lot of time is learning. So learning could be related to your industry that you are part of. Okay, then also on top of that we have to keep learning about the processes, organization, that is both client plus the IT organization that we are part of. Okay, so what is process? Process could be your different frameworks. For example, waterfall model, agile model. What type of model are you using to build the software? Scrum frameworks. So whatever model you are using for building the software, you need to have some understanding of that model as well. Then organization, what client does and what your IT company does. Okay, so you need to know some things, or at least the overview of the IT organization that you are part of as well, so that when you go and talk to client, and if client has any question with respect to your environment, with respect to your organization, you are able to answer that. So the entire intention of learning is to go in a prepared manner to the client, rather than going unprepared and then on the fly thinking about what client is asking. We try and go prepared in front of the client. Okay, that is why this entire learning. Now this learning can come from two places. So one of the favorite one is online, that you open web browser, you Google whatever topic you want to learn. Okay, so there will be lot of free articles that you can use to gather some knowledge. Plus there could be some paid articles as well. Okay, that you can use to gather knowledge. So both are available. That is up to you. Now second thing is, other than online, what could be a much more easier way to learn is to talk to talk to people around you. Okay, so they will give you practical, they will give you knowledge on practical things as well, and they will give you specific information. For example, reading an article online can take 5 to 10 minutes, especially if it is free. Plus if you have any doubt, whom are you going to ask to? So the easier way is talking to seniors or different members around you. So for example, other business analysts, other developers, other QA tester, talking to them, trying to understand about the industry, so that when they are giving you the information, and if you have any question, you can ask them there itself, and they'll be able to, if they know the answer, they will respond to you. If they don't know the answer, maybe they will guide you to some other person who can give you the response. Okay, so this is how the two ways of learning that you can do online. The one of the most famous things that everyone does nowadays and the second is to talk to people around you. Personally, I feel talking to people around me is much more convenient and saves on lot of time. That if I spend 1 hour 2 hour learning something online, I can learn that same thing in 10-15 minutes if I have someone around me, someone who can give me the idea or the gist of what is it. Okay. Second thing is your leadership skills. So leadership does not mean leading teams of 10, 15 people, assigning them the work that you do X type of work, other person will do X type of work. Okay, so that is not what is meant by leadership when it comes to business analyst. Okay, so it is not work assignment only. So what happens is you take lead, or basically you are in charge of the items, because you are in client facing or customer facing role. So you are in charge, you are the driver of the car, so you decide where the car will go. Okay, so as a driver you have much more responsibility. You are not only driving the car, you have to ensure the safety of the people who are sitting in the car as well. Okay, so because you are interacting with client, so you talk to client to gather requirements. Once you get the requirements, or if there is any confusion, you try to find out how that confusion can be resolved. Okay, whether you talk to people in your team, whether you talk to client, whether you google information online, basically you try to ensure that client's confusion is resolved. The same thing happens with your development team also, or IT team as well. If developer or tester have any confusion or clarification, you provide that clarification. If you are not able to provide the response or the answer, then you try to find out who can give the response. Okay, so we don't say that as a business analyst, if there is a question, and it will happen lot of times that you will be asked question and you will not have an answer. But what is the difference is, instead of saying no I don't have an answer, our attitude should change. We should say, even though we don't have an answer now, but let me go back and get an answer for you. Okay, so that is the difference. So that is leadership. That instead of saying things, it is not my responsibility, I don't know, and it is not my responsibility, you say, let me go back and get the response or get the answer for you. Okay, you start solving problems. Instead of saying this is not my problem, I am not going to solve it, or I don't have a solution, so I'm not going to solve the problem because I don't have solution. So unless someone finds a solution, okay, so unless someone finds a solution, let's stall the work. Instead of doing all that, what you try and do is you find solutions. Okay, so that is leadership skills. So leadership enables you that whenever you see a problem and if you don't have an answer, you just don't stop there. You basically try to find any appropriate way which you can come to a solution, whether that means taking help from other people, whether that means taking help online, whatever be the case, you just don't stop over there. Any questions so far, guys? Okay, I assume silence means no question, so we'll move on to the next one. So next one is facilitator. Okay, so as a business analyst, you'll be spending considerable amount of time interacting with lot of people. and wide variety of people ranging from your client customers to project managers, scrum master, developers, testers, other business analysts to learn about things. So you'll be spending, like I said, considerable amount of time meeting with wide variety of people. So when you spend lot of time meeting with lot of people, you should have good facilitation skills. Okay, facilitation means ability to organize a meeting. Okay, so usually people think that organizing a meeting is very simple and straightforward task. Just send out an invite to people and let them join, and when they join we will discuss the topic and done, our meeting is over. But it is not just about sending meeting invites and be done with it. Whenever you send meeting invites or whenever you are going to talk to people, ensure that right set of people are involved. Okay, there is no point in inviting 100 people to a meeting when you are only going to talk to one or two people. If you are going to talk to one or two people, or if you need only those one or two people to provide your input, then you should only invite those one or two people. There is no point in sending the meeting to all 100 people. Okay, we don't want a bigger audience. Everyone's time is precious. We value everyone's time, and we expect others also to value our time. So whenever we are calling out for a meeting, we have to ensure that the meeting includes only the right set of people who are going to talk in the meeting. Okay, we don't want everyone to be included. Okay, next is setting up agenda. Whenever we set up any meeting, always ensure that you set up an agenda. That is, what are the key points that you are going to discuss in the meeting. Key points that will be discussed in the meeting. Okay, so when you send out the agenda to these right set of people, they know what you are going to talk about, what is the topic of discussion. For example, if I would have just invited you guys that at 7:30 a.m. Indian time come to the meeting, but I don't tell you what is the meeting all about, then you will always be confused. What is this meeting all about? And then when I tell you the agenda, that it is going to be about business analyst and discussing business analyst roles and responsibilities, some of you may like it, some of you will stay, some of you may not like it, that hey, I don't want to know anything about business analyst, and then you drop off. So we don't want those people to know about the topic at the last and then decide to drop the meeting. So we want people to look at the agenda or the topic that we are going to discuss. Basis that topic, they will accept or decline the meeting so that we will know whether that time works for them or not. Okay, during meeting always take notes. So no one remembers what is going to happen or what was discussed in the meeting 1 year back. Okay, so if you ask anyone what did you discuss on even last Monday, people may be scratching their heads that in the meeting what did we discuss on Monday. They may have some vague idea, they may remember few points, but they may not be able to remember all the points. So that is where notes help us, that when we go to meeting, it is good to discuss items in the meeting and post discussion, because you have just been out of meeting. So once the meeting is over, make your notes. Okay, so in notes you can include things like who all attended, what topic was discussed, what inputs were provided against those topics. Okay, and towards the end, action item. Okay, usually when we go to any meeting, we always have an action item. For example, suppose we had a meeting with client asking them by when they need the software to be ready. Now client said, let me get back to you, give me 2 days time, and then I will confirm you by when we are expecting the software to be available to us. So there is an action item. So this action item will help us maintain who needs to take an action. So for example, in this case, client needs to take action. What type of action? So client needs to confirm by when the software is expected. Okay, so if you as a facilitator, if you follow up or follow along these type of things, mostly your meetings will be productive, your meetings will be fruitful. We don't want to simply go to a meeting today and then come out empty handed from the meeting. Okay, that means we don't get the expected result from the meeting, or we don't simply want to go to the meeting and then people tell us that let's reschedule the meeting, let's meet tomorrow or let's meet next week. We want to ensure that when we have set up a meeting, we get maximum out of the meeting, that our meetings are much more productive and fruitful. So that is why, as a facilitator, we try to generally incorporate these skills as well. That you include right set of people, you publish agenda for your meeting when you are sending meeting invites. After meetings, ensure that you draft the notes. Also, if there is any action item, ensure that you note down the action item and you let that person know. So for example, if client needs to confirm by when the software is expected, we send an email to the client that this is an action item on you, that you need to confirm back to us. So that way, once the meeting is over, everyone knows what was discussed and everyone knows what an action item is and against whom that action item is pending. Okay, so when you start doing these things, you will realize that your meetings are becoming much more fruitful. And then, as always, just do some background research. Okay, so before you go to any meetings, ensure that you do some background research, you go with the required knowledge, that you don't go empty handed over there. Otherwise, as a business analyst, when you yourself doesn't have any information on the topic, then what are you going to discuss with the others? So whatever topic, whatever agenda we are going to discuss, we should have some knowledge about that particular topic. Okay, next is we are problem solver. Actually, problem solver we discussed during leadership itself. So let's put interpersonal skills. Okay, so under interpersonal skills, there could be different things like building rapport, self-managing team, or self-managing people. So what do these skills actually mean? As a business analyst, we are not just there to get requirements from the client. One of the hidden agendas is also building a good rapport across people. Okay, not just client but your IT team as well. that you should have a good rapport with the developers, tester, project manager, client, so that the intention is that you should be able to get the work done from them. Okay, why we are building rapport? It is not that we want to build some personal relationship with them. These all are in a professional setup only. So building rapport will help us get the work done. Okay, so when you have a rapport with anyone, you are able to easily get the information from the other person, and you are able to get more work from the other person as well. So when you have a good rapport with the client, what will happen? Client will give you more work. When you have a good rapport with the developer, and when you ask developer that, hey, this is critical, can you stretch for some time today? Like instead of spending 8 hours every day, can you spend 10 hours today and get the work done? So building rapport helps you get more out of the other person, and that will help you achieve your goals as well. Self managing, we don't want, see, most of the days with the agile coming in, most of the work that we have, they are now IC roles. So what is IC? IC is individual contributors. Okay, so most of the work that we have nowadays is around individual contributions. So you will be working individually, there will be one or two developers, mostly they will be working individually. So when you have people working in individual contribution setup or individual contribution environment, you want them to be self managing. You don't want to hire a manager just to check if everyone is doing their work or not. Okay, that is just waste of resources, waste of money as well. So what organizations nowadays are looking for is, we should have self managing people. We can pay you extra money because we are not hiring a manager and we are not paying that manager. So whatever money we save, we can give you that money, but the condition is that you should be self managing, that no one should come and tell you at what time you should log in, at what time you should come to office, how you should do your conduct in the office, when should you leave from the office. So you should have eh, all those activities planned in front of you, that I will be in office by 10 a.m. At 10:30 I will start my work. From 10:30 to 7:30 I will do my work. 7:30 I will leave. If there is any additional work or if there is any additional ask, I can stay also there. Okay. Also, if there is any work that is assigned to me, I will do that work on time. No one should come and point to me that you are supposed to complete the work today. Why is your work still not complete? Okay, no one should come and complain that your work should have been completed last week, still you did not do your work. Why you did not do your work? What is stopping you? What is the problem? So self managing means able to drive all things independently, end to end. Okay, that not only means with respect to work, but also how do you manage yourself, how do you conduct yourself in office along with finishing your work on time. Any questions, guys? So we'll cover one more small item under interpersonal skills, that is ethics. Okay, so just for the sake of pleasing client or just for the sake of getting more work for our IT company, we don't give false advices to the client. Okay, we maintain high level of ethical standards, that because we have some power, power as in, because we can talk to client, because we are building rapport with the client, doesn't mean that if IT organization tells us that you give false promises to client, We don't usually do that. Okay, it's a tactical decision. We maintain high level of ethical standards, and when you maintain high level of ethical standards, then only the client can trust you, then only your development team can trust you. Okay, if they know that you are a person of high ethical standards, that you have certain way of doing things, and that you will not deviate from that. So maintaining high level of ethical standards will help you gaining trust from the other person. If you have trust of the other person, you will for sure build a good rapport and get the more work out of them. Okay, so I'll at this moment I'll stop over here. Like I said, even during our regular classes also, we'll try to leave the last 4 to 5 minutes for any kind of discussion, topics, questions. An overview of what business analyst actually does, what roles and responsibilities fulfilled by the business analyst. Today will be your class 1, and from now onwards we'll be discussing these things in detail to prepare you guys to better understand what a business analyst does, what is it that they are supposed to do, I mean what are their roles and responsibilities. Then we will understand things like SDLC. Okay, so we'll start our topic in this particular fashion. Okay, we'll try and understand what business analysis is, origins of BA, that was how the role of BA was created, what are some of the skills that you require as business analyst. Okay, so once these three topics are over, then we will look at some of the commonly used terms in IT. Okay, so the fourth topic is for people who are from non-IT background as well, so that they can understand and relate what are some of the terms, technical terms that are used in day-to-day language in IT industry. Then we will look at pre-project activities or pre-project requirements. That is, uh, before a business analyst comes into picture, before we start capturing requirements, how do we get these projects? Okay, who are the people involved in getting us the project? Then we will look at different types of projects, IT industry, and IT team structure. Okay. So once we are done with all this background, then we will start with SDLC, that is software development life cycle. And with respect to SDLC, what BA does. So at the end of the day, we are all concerned that what a business analyst does with respect to IT industry, what is their roles and responsibilities in IT industry. Then we will move on with the requirement related stuff, that is preparing ourselves for the actual BA work, the practical work that BA does. So what are the different types of requirements, what are the different sources from which a BA can get requirement, then how do we manage stakeholders, how do we manage risk, then requirement elicitation, requirement sorting and prioritization, requirement modeling, and then the templates will look at, because eventually all the document that we gather through stakeholder management, risk management, requirement elicitation or sorting techniques, we put those information in the form of a template. Okay, so we will put that information into business requirement document, functional requirement, use case. So we'll look at these documents in detail, and how do we put information in these documents. And since everything's moving towards agile, okay, or has already been into agile, so we will look at what is agile, what's the difference between agile, particularly Scrum framework within agile versus waterfall way of doing work. Okay, then we will understand Scrum basics. We'll look at the different terms that are used within Scrum, Then what is user story? How do we estimate, or how the estimations are done for the user stories? We'll also learn Jira tool. What is Jira? How to use Jira? Okay, it's an open source and freely available tool. At the same time, it is one of the more popular ones. Okay. Then we will look at some of the reasons why a project or a particular work could fail in IT industry. So basically, once we know about these failures, how do we avoid them? And then what's a business analyst do's and don'ts? We'll also look at overview of SQL. Okay, so this SQL is not to teach you guys in depth about SQL, but to bring you closer to SQL, what SQL does, what are the advantages of SQL, how SQL can be used, how it can streamline or make your day-to-day life easier, so that if you guys have further inclination or interest towards SQL, you can pursue that path as well. Then towards the end, we will have resume preparation and mock interviews. Now, once all the contents are over, then we will get started with the case study. Okay, so I'll give you a case study on that you need to implement using all the concepts that we have discussed so far. Now, in between all these topics that we will be going through, there will be assignments that will be placed. Okay, it's a request that you guys should complete the assignment within the stipulated time, because these assignments will help you revise whatever topics we have studied, and at the same time these assignments will give you the confidence that you have understood certain things. Okay, now if you don't do the assignment, it's not that the classes will be stopped, but it will not benefit you in any way. Okay, so it will be more like theoretical things in nature if you are not doing the assignments. So that's how this entire training program is structured. These are some of the topics we'll be going through, plus we have assignments. And again, like it's good thing to be attentive. It's a good thing to attend classes regularly, but it will be even better if along with that regularity of attending classes, if we also take care of our assignments on time. Okay, now this entire training program is structured to finish within 4 to 5 weeks. Okay, I assume that the longer a training takes, there are more distractions that can come in. In the starting, when a training starts, people are usually much more excited. But if the training duration is 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, usually and scientifically within 1 to 2 months, people lose the interest. Okay, so we'll try to cover the entire course within this 4 to 5 weeks of time, then leaving 1 week for case study. So let's get started with our first topic, that is, before we before we jump onto what business analyst does, we need to understand what is business analysis. Okay, so in order to explain things, I'll not be using lot of technical terms, and like there could be wide variety of people joining in, some from non IT as well. So the intention is that everyone should be able to understand the concepts. So for understanding the concept, I'll be referring to layman's language. Now for technical definition of it, this will also be covered, but a technical definition usually is rarely asked in the interviews. What people want to know basically is, do you understand the concept or not? So what is business analysis? Okay, so that is one thing where primarily a business analyst is involved. Okay, so business analyst comes from the act of business analysis. Okay, so let me open notes here. See, when you often ask people what business analyst does, people usually give response like they document requirements. Okay, they write and define requirements. Now, what is so special about business analysts that only they can write and define requirements, whereas others cannot? Okay? So that is usually half of the knowledge that we get either from our day-to-day interaction with business analysts, or half of the information that we get if we look through the information online. A business analyst, it does lot many things. In those lot of the thing is write or define requirements. Okay, that's not the only thing. Now you can say that writing or defining requirements takes in 50% of business analyst efforts, but again, that's not the only thing. At the end of it, every role, whether you are a business analyst, developer, or tester, they are created to add certain value to the software. Okay, so if you look at this definition over here, business analysis is the practice of enabling change. Okay, what is this business analysis activity mainly doing is it is adding value to the stakeholders. How it is adding value to the stakeholders? By helping stakeholders decide or define needs and recommending solutions. Okay, so what that basically means is a business analyst helps stakeholders identify or define needs. Okay, so these needs are basically converted into requirements at a later stage. Just a minute, guys. Hey, sorry guys for the distraction. So yeah, so we were discussing that what is business analysis. Business analysis is an activity, a process which helps stakeholders identify or define their needs. So now, what is this need? Usually the clients that we serve in IT industry, or for whom we are going to build the application, these clients have an idea. Okay, idea about what type of business they want to do. Okay, so we all can have idea, but for example, I want to start an e-commerce industry. Okay, something similar to Amazon and what Amazon and Flipkart is doing. Or let's say, for example, I own a local restaurant, and for that local restaurant I want to sell food online also. Okay, so usually the clients are the people who get these idea, and in order to realize or implement that idea in terms of a software, we reach out to IT team. Okay, so these clients have an idea. Now in order to implement this idea, clients reach out to IT organizations. Okay, so these IT organizations can help create a software. Now, when they're reaching out to these IT organizations, this business analysis activity is first conducted by the business analyst. Okay, so having an idea inside your head alone is not enough. Okay, you want to create a food delivery app for your restaurant. That is good, but just by having the idea doesn't mean that you can create a software. For creating a software, you need to convert that idea into specific requirements. Okay, because then only you can pass on these requirements to your development team. They need to know the specifics of what needs to be done. They cannot simply work on idea. So that is where the business analysis activity is helping our stakeholders identify and define our needs or requirements. Okay, once you identify your needs or requirements, then you next thing that you do is identify the solution, that how are you going to solve or achieve these requirements. Okay, so that is why, and that is how, by doing these two activities, majorly these two activities, business analysis adds value to the stakeholder. Okay? So that is our business analysis, and from here itself how the term business analyst was derived. Okay, any questions so far, guys? Okay, so if no questions, let's discuss some of the things. So, what from this business analysis, what is majorly my business analysts are trying to do? Okay, so we looked at that this is an activity, business analysis is an activity through which we are defining needs and recommending solutions. By doing these two activities, we are adding value to the stakeholders. Okay, now once we do this, or basically if you segregate these two activities, you will get a list of activities that business analyst does. Now again, these activities are just for our discussion sake as of now, and going forward or in future we'll be going to discuss in detail. So when we discuss about software development life cycle, we will discuss in detail to understand what business analyst does at different stages of software development, like when a software is not being developed versus when it is being developed versus when it is being tested or when it is ready for use. What business analyst does during the different stages of software development. So during that class we will cover these items in details. Okay, so the very first thing that business analyst does is, based on the idea that is presented by the client, you define your goals or business objectives. Okay, so understand guys, it's not that all these ideas and everything is coming inside the head of business analyst. These ideas are owned by ideas or business ideas are owned by the client. Okay, so client get all these ideas, and business analyst, through their discussions, with client, they come up with goals slash objectives. Okay, So business analyst. Now people may get confused that a business analyst is doing all this. Yes, business analyst is doing all this, but it is not that business analyst is cooking things on their own. Okay, so let's say whenever we want to cook certain things, we want some raw material, isn't it? So we want spices. Let's say you want to cook rice, so you want raw rice and maybe some of the other items if you are like trying to prepare pulao or something of that type. So you need certain raw materials. Okay, so what are these different raw materials that will be required in preparing a dish? So that is what business analyst is trying to do. Business analyst is trying to have lot of discussions with client to understand what could be the raw materials that are needed to prepare any dish. Okay, it's not that business analyst knows cooking or they already know how to do everything. It's just that they are trying to do all these things by discussions with client. Okay, so they are into that client facing role. Now once a business analyst has defined the goals and objectives, the next thing that you do is you define your requirements. Okay, we'll discuss in details what these requirements are, uh, and we will also look at techniques to get to the stages of requirements. But at this moment, understand that requirement is any achievable functionality. Okay. For example, let me open up Google. Okay. Now, if you see over here, uh, what Google usually shows is there will be a search bar. Okay, how can I use this search bar? I can use this search bar in three ways. One is I can start typing something over here. Second thing is I can use this mic button over here, which means I can speak, and based on what I speak, Google will try to find. Third is I can search by image also, that I can upload an image and then Google will try and search accordingly. Okay, so this particular usage of search bar is actually my requirement. Okay, so having an idea that I want to create a search engine is your idea, that okay, you want to create a search engine, but how do I convert that idea into reality? For converting any idea into reality, we need actual requirements. Okay, so requirements are any piece of ask that helps deliver a functionality. For example, what kind of functionality this search bar give? This search bar enables any user who is trying to access google.com to be able to search for things online. Okay, so you type in anything and it will show you some results over here. So the moment I start typing, it starts showing in the drop down also that what could be the relevant or related search items. I can either select from the drop down or I can continue to type, and then once I click on search button, it will show me the relevant results. So that is the functionality of the search bar. What's the functionality? That it will show you the expected items. So this is what as business on analyst we try to do. Having an idea is okay, but convert those ideas into business objectives. Divide the business objective into specific requirements. Once you have the requirements, then recommend a solution, that how are you going to achieve these business requirements. So we try and create a solution. Okay, so then we start communicating. Okay, so whatever we have requirements, we communicate to the client that these are the requirements we have prepared, review those requirements and let us know if anything is missing. Similarly, once client has given their approval, we share those requirements with the development team so that they can start coding. Okay. So, like I said, business analyst is not just about writing or defining requirements. Probably that can be done by anyone. Okay. We are here to add specific value to the entire process. Okay. So how we are adding value? So whatever activity business analyst is doing, that activity is precursor to software development. Okay. If you guys are not there, if you guys don't create business goals or objectives, if you guys don't come up with requirements, what is the developer going to do? Okay, so they don't have anything to work upon. So that is why our activity becomes very critical, and how we do things basically helps us derive or add value to the activities. So in a nutshell, that was all business analysis. That business analysis is the practice of defining needs. Needs are nothing but our requirements. So you can also say that business analysis is the practice of defining your requirements. Once you have the requirements ready with you, then recommend solutions. Okay. So these requirements and solutions combined together helps deliver a certain value to the stakeholder. Any questions so far, guys? Okay, no questions. Will move forward. Now look at this image and think of what comes to your head. Okay. Now you can either unmute yourself and answer whatever you have to share, or you can type in as well that what do you understand when you see this image.
Connections and the exchange of documents.
Okay. Anyone else who has any idea? And guys, I remember that in business analyst, there's nothing like right or a wrong answer. Okay, the safest way we play as business analyst is by using this term. Okay, there's nothing like this is the actual definition or this is how we do things. It depends on situation. We can do it either one way or the other way. So get that, eventually you will get this confidence that there's nothing like a fixed right answer. It's not a code that we are writing that has to be done in a specific way, but it depends on situation. So similarly, what I meant by that is that you can give an answer and not be worried about whether it's right or wrong. Okay, it depends on situation, it depends on the context. Okay, networking, mutual interaction between client and business analyst. So I'll tell you what was the reason behind this image. So this reason actually highlights technological advancement that has taken place. Okay, so the reason for this image was to highlight technological advancements. So initially, when we were using softwares, or initially when the softwares were created, they were not really uh, that common. Okay, so softwares were little bit expensive. So whenever a new software is created, what happens is, in the starting, that particular piece of software is expensive. In the starting, software is usually expensive and is also used by few people, because naturally when it is expensive, there won't be an inclination to use it. Okay, so if you remember, maybe, I'm not sure how many of you were uh, born before 2000, but let's say if you were born before 2000, in the first decade following 2000, that is from 2001 to 2010, you would not find laptops being used abundantly. Okay, very few people will have laptops. Okay, it's because why? Laptops were expensive. Even buying a laptop with basic configuration meant that you would have to spend somewhere around 35 to 45,000, even for basic laptops also. Now, if you go for any higher configuration, means it will easily go above 50,000. Nowadays, what has happened? Now you have got plenty of options in terms of laptop. Now you can buy laptop even for 10,000 rupees also. You can buy laptop for 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh, or 2 lakhs also, depending on the how much of the configuration that you require. Similar concept applies in the software industry as well, or basically in technical industry, that anything that is being developed as a new advancement, in the starting it will usually be expensive. Okay, now over time what happens is, there is something like mass production of the software. Okay, like a lot of organizations see value that this particular software is going to be used by a lot of people. Or for example, laptops, going back to our example of laptops, lot of organizations may see that, India is a young country, there are a lot of students going to college schools who would require laptop, so let's get into the business of building laptop. So now you see lot of players coming in, lot of manufacturers coming in for laptop production. When you have lot of manufacturers, your your technique becomes more sophisticated, common, and that drives down the prices. Okay, so whenever there is mass production, usually what happens is, your technology becomes easy to understand or use. Okay, so over time, in the starting, whenever anything is new, okay, so everyone thinks that this is very difficult to achieve. For example, I'll also give you one more example, chat gpt. Okay, so people think that building a software similar to chat gpt is very difficult. But what happens is, over time, or over last few days, you would have observed that a big organizations like Microsoft, Google, they all have launched their own similar versions of chat gpt, isn't it? So initially, I mean, 2 to 3 years back, when we first heard about Chat GPT, it seemed like a rare possibility that, we have an AI software like this. But over time, what has happened is, now everyone is jumping onto this wagon, and everyone is creating this generative AI software. Now all of a sudden, what happens is, we realize that whatever earlier we were thinking that it is very difficult, complicated, difficult to build software, now has all of a sudden become a norm. Okay, so Initially only ChatGPT was there, then it got competition from Google, okay, Microsoft, even Amazon has their own. So now all of a sudden when we see lot of similar type of softwares being created, so naturally what has happened is technology has become much more easier to understand. When technology is easy to understand and there is mass production, the output that we get is cheaper software. So when I say cheaper software, it doesn't mean anyone can go and buy it. Obviously, it's a relative term. Okay. So at this stage, let's say when we are saying expensive, at this stage, if the software cost is $1,000, so maybe when it becomes when technology becomes easy to understand and mass production, then instead of 1,000, the software cost could come down to $100. Okay, so that is in a relative way it becomes cheaper, not that the software itself has gone free. So now what is the whole idea or purpose of discussing this technological advancement was, why we took our discussions on technological advancement was to understand how the business analyst role was created. Okay, so in the starting days and during our demo session we looked at scenarios where what would happen is client would have ideas of creating a software for their business. So usually they will contact an IT team. Okay, they will contact an IT organization. This particular IT organization will actually assign developer to work with the client. Okay, so developer is the one who is going to write the code. So usually if you see, client would come to IT organizations. These IT organization would assign a developer or a coder or programmer to work with the client. Now, with this particular model in place, what used to happen was, or what were the advantages of this particular model was, that software could be created quickly. Okay, so there are no more people involved. Okay, there is no business analyst in place. There are no requirements review, gap analysis, or requirement analysis that is happening. Client is directly interacting with the developer or the coder, and that developer or coder is, after talking to client, starts working on creating the software immediately. So naturally the time taken to create the software or the application is lesser, so we get our product quickly. So client is happy. But is client completely happy? That was not the case. And we'll look at some of the disadvantages of this model. So one was lack of documentation. See, naturally or by instinct, and I don't know how it comes, but developers refrain from creating lot of documents. Now these documents actually helps us understand how to use a software. For example, when you buy a TV, you get a user guide with it. When you buy a washing machine, AC, you take up anything, you will use, even for your mobile phones also, you will usually get a user guide or a user manual along with it that tells how to use that particular appliance and how to troubleshoot in case of any problem. Now when developers were directly working on building the software, they usually don't spend lot of time on documentation. So that is where when you get into an organizations that have been there from 50-60 years and whose softwares were also created 50-60 years back, you will not find lot of documentation. Okay, you will find it hard to understand how they created their application, what their application does. So you have to do lot of analysis. So one of the disadvantages people realized it, that we are building the software, but then we are not building the user guide. So no one knows how this software was created, how this software needs to be modified, because the entire knowledge is with the developer. And if the developer leaves the company, that's it. The other person will have to spend lot of time in first understanding the code, then from code prepare the document. So that was lack of documentation. Now next thing actually comes from a technological advancement. Okay, so when technology was evolving, okay, so we looked at these three, this one particular piece with an example of chat gpt. So when technology advances, what happens is technology becomes much more easy to use. Okay, it becomes much more user friendly. Otherwise, how will technology becomes can be widely used? See, what is the purpose of creating a chat gpt if no one is going to use it? See, at the end of it, our intention is that whatever software we create, someone should be able to use it. Only if people are able to use it, then only our software becomes popular. Okay, so why will anyone use the software? Again, look at this Google. Now it becomes, it is very easy to use. Why? I just have one search bar over here. I can type in anything that I want to search. I have language option at the bottom. Okay, so suppose I want to search for anything in my regional language, I can do that as well. Then at the top over here, all the Google apps that are created, they are present over here. So if I want to access any particular Google app, I can simply go to this menu. Now isn't it easy to use? Instead of creating something fancy and then making it hard to use, what Google did was they kept things pretty simple. Okay, one search bar, language option at the bottom, and then one stack over here which will cover all your Google apps, okay, that you want to access. So that is the whole point of having a technology, to make it easy to use. And why technological advancements happen? Technological advancements happen not just to create cheaper software, but actually user to build user friendly software. When your software is user friendly, when people find it easy to use, they will naturally use it. When they use it, you can earn money from it, isn't it? So different organizations can have different revenue generation model, but everyone wants that their software should be used extensively. Now that is how this technological advancement derives our next disadvantage. When developers or coders or programmers were building this software, there was less focus on making it user friendly. Okay, a developer's or a programmer's focus was on building the software, whether that software is user friendly or not, whether people will use it or not, that is not their concern. Okay, they are like, you gave me a requirement, I built the software. Now whether that software is easy to use, difficult to use, whether one person use it or 100% use it, I don't care. So there was less focus on keeping it user friendly. Whereas what we want is, as technology is evolving, as technology is advancing, we want more and more people to use it, and more people will only use the technology if it becomes easy to use. See, look at mobile phones for example. Why mobile phones have become so popular? Because over time mobile phones have become much more easier to use. Now in mobile phones you have language option, similar to how we have language option on Google. So if you are someone who doesn't understand English, what you can do is you can set up your phone in your regional language. If you understand regional language, you can easily then use phone. Okay, so that is the entire reason for any technological advancements. One is for making the software cheaper. Second is to use the advancements and build user friendly softwares. So if you create user friendly softwares, people are more likely to use it. Okay, if they find it difficult to use your software, they will not use it again. So as a developer, your focus was less on making it user friendly. It was more on building the software, writing the program. Okay. There was also lack of documentation. So lack of documentation would also means arguments also. Like client could say that I told you a different thing. Developer will say that no, you told me this thing only. So client can say that I wanted to create a search bar at the right side corner. Developer will say that no, you told to build at the middle of the screen only. So who is right, who is wrong? So usually there could be arguments like this. But if you have proper documentation, there will not be you can easily solve the arguments. I will not say there will not be arguments, there will be arguments, but at any point in time you or the client can refer to the documentation and that will help solve the arguments. Now, like I said, since our focus was on making it user friendly, so naturally organizations decided that just by assigning developer to directly work with client is not solving the problem. In fact, it is creating a software, but it is creating software with some issues also. For example, we are getting into lot of arguments with client keeps on saying that I wanted to build you software in a different way, but you have given me a different output. Also, the software is not really user friendly. Okay, the software is there, it is serving all the functionality, but it is not user friendly. Okay, so for example, if you look at any e-commerce application, it is easy to use. Okay, so for example, if I open Amazon, see, I have a search bar here at the top. Now imagine if this search bar is not there. How can I find items? I will have to go through these exact categories. Okay, so go into categories of mobiles and computers, then all mobile phones. Okay, and now I see what all mobile phones are there. Instead they have given a search bar. So if I am at the home screen, I can simply say mobile phones, and it will again start showing me all the mobile phones. So this particular feature, just by enabling one search bar, what Amazon did was they made their software user friendly. Okay, it's not that without search bar I was not able to go to this page. Even without search bar also I could go to this page, but the introduction of search bar made it much more easier to use the software. So that is the difference between, and that's the one thing that organizations decided or found out, that my developer is giving the option, but somehow it is lacking the user friendliness. Okay, similarly it is lacking documentation. So what organizations looking at the disadvantage. So when organizations looked at technological advancements, that how technology is evolving day by day, how people are using technology, people are coming closer to the technology, and when they reviewed this particular model in conjunction with technological advancement, they realized that we need someone we need someone who can help overcome these disadvantages, and thus the role for BA was created. Okay, so the intention was initially that you help us overcome these disadvantages. Now naturally over time, it is not that BA would only create documents, but BA would also be involved in other things as well, like talk to client, build rapport with client, build good relationship with the client, so that we can get more work from the client. Also help resolve issues, clarifications, doubts, or arguments. Okay, so naturally what happens is, if you tell a developer that your code is not working as expected, they will take it personally. I mean, anyone will take personally. Not many people would like to be criticized, but as a business analyst you are taught that you have to resolve the arguments and not get into arguments. Okay, so naturally over time, initially your focus could be on these two items, but over time what happened is, along with these two, a BA was asked to do gap analysis, that you do gap analysis, recommend solution. Okay, not just create a requirement document, but recommend solutions as well. Okay, resolve problems, resolve arguments slash problems, then maintain documentation. You maintain relationship or rapport as well with the client, so that we can get more work in the future. And at the same time, BA was the client facing person. Okay, now you no longer expose your developer or tester to the client, you expose BA to the client. That BA is the client facing person. So what BA, in a nutshell, I'll tell you, do is they talk to clients in layman's term. Okay, a client doesn't understand a lot of technical stuff. So for client, business is more important than software. Because I don't understand the technicalities of building software, that is why I am giving you the work. If I know the technicalities, I will do the work on my own. So what business analyst is primarily trying to do is talk to client, understand what the client wants. Okay, talk to the client in layman language, normal plain English, no fancy terms. Okay, so talk to the client in layman's term. And what this will actually help you, this will help you derive our goals slash objective. These goals and objectives will help you define requirements. These requirements can be converted into technical specifications. From these technical specifications, you try to derive solution. Now, once you have the solution, then you pass on that document to your development team. Okay, to build the software. So this is what, in a nutshell, business analyst is trying to do. So business analyst talks in a normal language with client, uses the technical language with the team. Okay, team wants a technical team wants some technical knowledge. My development team, my programmer, developer, or coder doesn't understand plain English. If you tell them plain English, they will interpret something and build a different software. We don't want that to happen. So when business analyst is talking to client, they will try to get specific requirements. Okay, these specific requirements will help us build the software that is needed. Now when you do all these things, what happens is, you are avoiding conflicts at later stage. Okay, because you started your discussion by keeping client at the center, you derived your requirements by having your discussions with the client. Whatever requirements you come up with, you documented those requirements and reviewed those requirements with the client, so there is less chance of getting into a conflict at later stage, because at any point in time, if client disagrees, you can always show them the documents as well, that this is what we agreed upon. Okay, this that document is only to solve conflicts. That doesn't mean that if client is asking for a change, that we will not work on it. We will work on the change as well, but the documents and all, having a business analyst is helping us avoid conflicts. Okay, we usually don't want client to get angry on us, so that's why we want to peacefully solve the conflict, so that client still trusts us, client continues to give more work to us. If client is not giving work, how can we pay salary for business analyst, developer, and other people in the organization? So naturally we want client to continue to work with us, to continue to give more work to us, and that is why at business analyst it becomes extremely critical to maintain good rapport with the client. Okay, so now that is how, just a brief overview of how technology was advancing with time. This image over here is depicting that earlier we may be communicating with each other through letters, postcards, but then what happened is we got into an era of internet. Okay, and nowadays who sends a letter or a postcard? Nowadays we all have email IDs, and we try to share our thoughts through email directly. Okay, similarly, we are advancing through neural networks, and as the technology keeps advancing, okay, as the technology keeps advancing, these things will become much more easier to use. These things will become much more cheaper. Okay, we all have access to internet now, thanks to Geo and some of their wonderful plans, initially launching everything for free. Now everyone has access to internet, almost everyone, if not everyone. Okay, thanks to chat gpt, now there are a lot of AI related interactions with human beings as well, and in future also you will see these more number of companies getting into the space of AI, artificial intelligence. So as these technologies gradually advance, one way to ensure that mass public is using your software is to ensure that you are building user friendly softwares. Okay, and one way of building user friendly software is to have business analyst in place. Okay, so we looked at earlier model where clients would directly interact with developers, and that was leading to some advantages and some advantages, having a work between client and developer directly. In order to overcome these disadvantages, a role of business analyst was created. Okay, so what business analysts will do is they will try to overcome these disadvantages, but along with it, over over years, a number of other responsibilities has been assigned to business analysts. So the role of business analyst revolves around, as technology advances, ensure that our software, our application remains relevant, remains user friendly. Okay, any questions, guys? Okay, I'll
So
assume that silence.
being
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
business analyst, you need to understand the domains actually, the life any industry. So what is the best way to learn that industry? Uh, if it is a life insurance or any other pharma or anything, after getting the project only, or any other trainings will be there, or any links.
So, in order to learn about the industry, the cheapest way is to do it online. Okay, so you get started by googling things. Nowadays you have another free alternative, chat gpt, but chat gpt may not give you up to date information. So what I usually suggest is the best way to get started for in at a cheaper prices is to do it online. Okay, so you find relevant websites which are publishing information with respect to how, let's say, life insurance works or how health insurance works. So that will give you a basic idea. Okay, when we go to online for learning any type of industry, the intention is not to become a master on or an expert onto the industry. The intention is to learn the basics, prepare the foundations, so that we can go and have conversations with the client. Now, if you want to learn deep or get into deeper aspects of the industry, then the next is use your connections around you. That is your seniors, SMEs, to talk about specific points. Suppose if I directly go to my seniors and say that teach me life insurance, now they may get agitated or angry at the first time. Why? They may think that there is plenty of information available online. Why do you want me to teach? I have a lot of work. I cannot do it. Now change that attitude with one simple approach. Learn certain basic thing online and then go to your seniors and then have a discussion with them that, hey, I was reading about life insurance, how it actually operates in general, but then I wasn't sure how this rating and underwriting process within insurance industry works. I was wondering if you could help me give an insight on the rating and underwriting process. Now, this will make the other person think that you did some research, you did some groundwork, and now you want to build information or knowledge on top of it. So they can either redirect you with specific online material that could be available on these topics, or they could probably spend half an hour, 1 hour with you in trying to teach you that specific topic. So one thing is, for building the basics, do the online research. For adding on to more advanced knowledge, look at people around you. Okay, your seniors or SMEs, to get started. You can also go through some of the available books. Okay, you can buy books on that industry topic and read about that industry through the books as well. But when you are doing self learning, when you are learning things on your own, it is my assumption that usually it will help you build basics only. Because naturally when you want to learn things in deep, those things will actually require interference from someone else. You will naturally get some doubts. Okay, so when you are learning from book or online tutorials or videos, whom are you going to ask your doubts? Okay, so you can either post a question, someone may review the question after 1 day, after 2 days they will give you a response. So you don't want to be stuck for 2 days. Okay, if you get a doubt, you should be able to get immediate resolutions also. So that's where your seniors or SMEs will help you build a much more advanced knowledge.
Thank you.
But in general, even for I would suggest that not just uh, about this particular industry, about any particular industry, about any kind of role that you play, it is always best to do the groundwork. Okay, do the basic research first and then go to and then approach people. You will find that most of the time, or at least majority of the time, the people are actually helping you. If you directly go blank face to the client saying that, okay, let's discuss about your requirements, whereas you don't even understand the industry the client is operating in, client will also find it frustrating. Okay? Whereas if you have certain basic idea about the industry, again, as business analyst, no one expects you to become the expert on the industry. Okay, basic idea of the industry. Now it will be purely your good luck. Let's say if you become part of banking industry and then you continue to remain with banking industry for 10-15 years, then naturally you will get lot of knowledge on banking domain. But as a business analyst, that may not be relevant or true. That in a service based organization, you may be working with a banking client for 2 years. Maybe after 2 years you may move to a health insurance or a life insurance client. Okay, but whatever industry knowledge you seek, or as business analyst also, what we try to do is, before going in for interviews, we try to learn about the industry for which they are hiring. What is expected in business analysis, how technological advancement has been happening. Okay, and then in order to cater to these advancements, earlier how a developer or a coder would work with client to create a user friendly software, but that's not the case every time. So when developer was working directly with the client, there were certain advantages, there were certain disadvantages, but the disadvantages were overpowering the advantages. And because we wanted to build a software that was more user friendly, that was well documented. Okay, so we came up with the role of business analyst. Okay, so these technological advancements, the disadvantages of working with a developer, not just developer, a coder or a programmer, you can call them by other names as well. So when these were happening, there was lack of user friendly software. We also understood that in order to promote your product, in order to being effectively able to do your business, your product or the software must be user friendly. The people should find it easier to use. So thus the role of business analyst was created. Now business analyst does not only work on the disadvantages of the earlier system, that is, a business analyst will not just be doing documentation or focusing on customers, but they will also be doing gap analysis, recommend solution, resolve any arguments, maintain or build relationship with the client, so that these relationships can enable us in landing new work at later stages. Okay, so all these topics that we went through yesterday, does anyone have any questions? Okay, so I would assume that if no question means all is understood by everyone, and that we are good to start with the next topic for the day. So we'll get started with our today's topic. It is important to understand that as business analyst, what are some of the skills or competencies that are required. Okay, so any kind of role, not just business analyst, but every role that you want to perform, whether it's a developer in IT industry or a different person or a project manager, business analyst, whatever kind of role you want to perform, there will definitely be certain skills required. Okay, the interviews are usually conducted around those skills only. So we need to understand before we get deeper into any role. Okay, it is always good to understand that what are the skills and competencies needed in order to succeed in that role. Now, since you guys would have done some basic work, okay, or some groundwork or research work in trying to identify what a business analyst will do, so what do you guys think? Okay, that what are some of the skills or competencies that are needed for you to succeed as business analyst? Anyone? Anusha, Irfan, do you have any reference or any insight onto what skills might be required as business analyst?
Uh, a good facilitator, a good leader. Hello.
Yep. Can you repeat that again, Irfan?
Yes, a good leader, business analyst should be a good leader. He should be a good facilitator.
You should have a good management skills.
Okay.
Communication and the MS Office.
Communication. And from tool point, you are saying MS Office.
Yes.
Surely. So a business analyst definitely needs the skill sets that are needed, but there are few more that can be added to the list. Okay. So let me show you. Okay. So whatever skills that you require as business analyst, that can be put into these six categories. Okay. So these six categories. Category one states analytical thinking. Okay, and we will review each one of these six categories in detail. That what is actually meant by it. Then problem solving, behavioral characteristics, business knowledge, communication skills, and interaction skills, and how these skills actually help us do our day-to-day work or day-to-day responsibilities. Okay, so number one is analytical thinking. Normally people assume that as a business analyst what you will do is you are going to interact with client and get requirements from client and then document those requirements. Once you have got those requirements, then document those requirements. Okay, so this is what you usually think. It's a plain simple job. Talk to client, get requirements, document those requirements. But that's not how a business analyst will actually do their work. Okay, if it is This kind of work probably anyone can do it. Why do you need specifically a business analyst role to do this type of job? You can train your existing developers also. But what truly happens is, as business analyst, once you get the requirements, then you do the analysis. Okay? Once you get the requirements, then you start with analysis. We simply don't write everything that the client will say. Sometimes client may not have a clear vision or clarity of thoughts. So they may want you to work on everything. So that's where when you review or get the requirements from the client, you do an analysis. Okay. So what that analysis can include is feasibility of implementation. Okay. Can that particular requirement be converted in terms of a working software? See, at the end, what we want is whatever client says, everything should be available in our working software. If client says I should be able to search in the inventory, there should be a search option available. If client says that I should be able to add items to the cart, the software should allow that. If client says the against the items in the cart, we should be able to receive payments. Once payment is received, then add, no, then dispatch the item and probably deliver the item. So whatever they say, we check on the feasibility of implementation, that how feasible it is to implement whatever client is asking. Okay. So that is included in analysis, feasibility of implementation. Plus requirement sorting and prioritization. Okay. That which requirement needs to be worked in first and in what order. Okay, we can have hundreds of requirements. Doesn't mean that we will start working on all 100 of them. There has to be an order, that which will be worked first and which will be worked at a later stage. So we do that work as well, sorting and prioritization, and then recommending solutions based on whatever order we have. Now, in order to do all that type of work, you don't simply have to follow or take orders from the client. Okay, you need to invoke your analytical thinking as well, analytical skills as well. That whatever my client says, does it really make sense? Okay, can it be implemented into a working software? Is it something that cannot be done? Is it something that let's say, if client says that today I'm delivering food with the help of regular delivery people, now in the future or tomorrow I want to deliver food using drones. Okay, so is it really feasible to deliver food through drones as of now, or is it a thing of the future? Maybe it is good to implement this software where your drones will deliver food, but maybe it's a technology that is still can be used in future only and not now. Okay, so that's where when your client asks you or discusses with you their requirement, okay, you use your analytical thinking to identify which of these requirements actually makes sense. Okay, so which of these requirements can be implemented in future versus which of these requirements are actually actually can be implemented immediately. So thus your analytical thinking kicks in. Okay, so into your analytical thinking, what could be the various subcategories, the exact skills that you need? Creative thinking. Creative thinking, for example, is your ability to think of a solution. Okay, so like we said over here, some of these things are interlinked. Okay, that you are a good leader. So as leader, you possess multiple skills. One of those skills is your ability to provide solutions. Okay, so when you invoke creative thinking, you are able to find solutions to the problem in a different way. Learning. So like we said, as a business analyst, you may not necessarily be working in the same domain. You may be switching domains, or in general, what happened in IT industry is in the last 6 to 7 years, a lot of transformation has happened. So earlier, things like agile, cloud, which were not widely used, which were restricted with few companies, they have now become norms. Okay, most of the organizations are now agile. A lot of organizations are trying to use cloud, and now the new trends like AI is coming up. Okay, and it is expected that going I mean, in somewhere down the line, maybe next 2 to 3 years, the use of AI will be dominated as well. So as business analyst, what you are required is to use your analytical thinking to learn new things. Okay, as and when technological advancements are happening, keep learning new things. As long as you are learning, you will stay relevant and you will be able to drive your conversations with the client. Okay, so learning is necessary, is important, because yesterday someone was asking question that how do you learn or prepare yourself self with the domain knowledge when it comes to discussing with client. Okay, so whatever you learn, these learnings will help you drive your discussions with anyone. Okay, like I said yesterday also, through learning, if you gather basic knowledge, you are always able to go and build knowledge on top of it. If you don't want to learn anything, if you simply go to people, you may sometimes receive negative responses as well. Okay, and similarly, so systems thinking is nothing but this particular piece. Okay, that when you start working on gathering requirements, you start evaluating whether it is possible to build a system with these requirements or not. Now sometimes you may not be the only person who will come to a conclusion, because let's say we lack required technical skill set or the technical knowledge or coding skills. So not an issue, we can include other people, we can talk to developers, we can talk to someone from technical team to discuss it. But what is really important is to be able to understand, or is to be able to think whether we can build a system like this. Okay, so creative thinking enables you to find solutions or design solutions. Systems thinking help you identify the feasibility. Now, not every time we will have the required knowledge. That's where we will use learning to see if we can gather knowledge. If it is time constraint, okay, that we have to do certain things quickly, we don't have lot of time, then probably utilize your peer group. Okay, talk to them, see if you can create a if you can work together to identify the feasibility. And the last one, conceptual thinking. Conceptual thinking helps you build a model, a working model. Okay, that is nothing but recommending solutions. Okay, so that is creating designs. So you would have heard of the term prototype, that when you want to showcase someone what is going inside your head, how do you think you can create a working software, we often create prototypes. Okay, so conceptual thinking enables you to create those prototypes. Okay. So that is your analytical thinking part. So analytical thinking, to revise again, this enables you to prepare or identify with, or help you bring forward your analysis part. Okay, so analysis can be done by learning new things, by trying to build solution, by trying to find feasibility of implementation. Okay, and at any stage, understand that at any stage you should always have an open mind. Okay, so what that means is that whenever you go to any kind of meetings or discussions, don't go with preformed notions. Okay, go with open mind. So open mind will help you receive feedback and take action on feedback. What usually happens is, if we have preconceived notions that this is how things are going to work, then probably we will never be receptive towards feedback. We will always shut down ourselves from feedback. Why? Because we already have our own thought process. Now, on the contrary, when you have an open mind, you are willing to listen to others. Okay, so when you are willing to listen to others, you are able to better understand what they want. As business analysts, we often have to do that. Okay, so for any of these skills, as long as you have an open mind, it is it will be very effective to drive any conversations. Now moving on to the next one, problem solving and decision making. Again, you can say that problem solving and decision making are key characteristics of a good leader. Okay, any good leader will be able to solve problems and be able to make decisions. So as a business analyst, suppose you are given with two situations. Okay, suppose you have requirement one that everyone says is critical, you have requirement two that client says is also critical. Okay, now client wants you to work on both requirement, and they want you to work on both requirement, but you know that we have limited bandwidth, we cannot work on both requirements, we will have to work on one requirement at a time. We can work on one or we can work on two. Now normally when you interact with client, they will press upon everything, they will say that everything is important, you work on everything. Now that is where your skills as a problem solver or a decision maker will come into picture. That you will be able to talk to client to discuss an order. Okay. So for example, let's say my requirement one is about user registration and my requirement two is about payments. Okay. So I'm building an e-commerce platform on which I have to register users, and once they are registered, once they add an item to the cart, they can make payments. Now, as per client, both are critical, both need to be worked together. Now, what we can do, what we can utilize our skills is that it's okay to have both as critical requirements, but what is going to be my order of execution? Okay. Can I have payments? Can I have payments alone without having user registration, without having any user? The answer is no. You cannot have just payments alone, isn't it? So the actual order is there should be a user. That user should add items to cart. The items that are added to the cart, you calculate the total value for those items. Okay, that what is the total value for all the items that are in the cart, and then against the total value you allow the user to make payment. User to make payment. Okay, so now my user registration comes first, then comes payment. Okay, I cannot build a payment screen and then ask my user to register. Okay, so in that case what happened is my requirement 1 should come first and then comes my requirement 2, even though both are important. But if I don't have any users registered onto the platform, then who is going to add items to the cart? If I don't have any items in the cart, how am I going to calculate the total value? If I don't calculate the total value, then how am I going to allow the user to make payment? So that's how then you can come to a conclusion or decide that let's work on requirement 1 first. Once we have the requirement 1 ready, then let's work on requirement 2. Okay. So as business analysts, we usually try to solve problems or try to make decisions. Okay, rather than saying that we have lot of problems, this cannot be work. We try to find ways. Similarly, here we were saying feasibility of implementation. Let's say basis our knowledge, we think that a particular requirement cannot be implemented. That doesn't mean we simply go back to client and say it cannot be done. We discuss with our technical teams as well, like what they think. Maybe they will have different idea, maybe they will have better idea than ours, maybe they can find a way for implementation. So rather than simply going back and saying we have so and so problem, we try to find a solution to those problems. Now after exhausting all our options, suppose we don't have any solution, then probably you can go back and communicate. But our basic intent as a business analyst is to look for solutions, identify solutions. Okay, if there is any confusion with respect to multiple choices, then help make decision. Then there are certain behavioral characteristics that are extremely necessary to build rapport. So yesterday we were saying that as a business analyst, we try to build rapport with the client. Okay, so this is extremely necessary to gather to get more work in future also. We just don't want uh, one time work from the client and then be done with it. Okay, we want to get more work even in future. That's how we are going to make revenue. Okay, as any organization, our business model, I mean IT company's business model is to get more work from the client. The more work we get, the better will be our revenue. So if clients stop giving us work, what are we going to do then? So we will not be left with any options. So that's why as a business analyst, build rapport. Now how are you going to build rapport? If you maintain high level of ethical standards. Okay, so these ethics will help develop trustworthiness. Okay, so for example, let's say people say that as business analyst, your responses or your solutions, okay, or your recommendations are not biased. Let's say our organization is trying to promote cloud. Okay, we are going to make lot of money if we implement cloud solution for the client, but my high level of ethical standards say that the work that client wants can be done without cloud as well. So maybe I'll not recommend it to them, maybe my organization will not like it, but that will help me maintain high level of ethical standards, that my advices are not biased. Okay, so when you have good level of ethical standards, it will help build or generate trustworthiness. So for example, the current job that I am into, so that came to me through the client that I worked first. So in the 2012, 13, 14, the client for which I worked, So I was able to maintain certain level of ethics. So through that, the client started trusting me more. In 2020, when everything was going work from home, so they reached out to me. Okay, so for the work that I did in 2012, 13, 14 time, I got its reward in the year 2021, not 2021, when they reached out to me that, we have built a system uh, that can be worked completely remotely. So we no longer require people to come to offices. So why don't you join us? We no longer have location constraint. So when you build this trustworthiness, client is able to believe on your solutions. They can give you more work. They can they can also help you in future as well. So so that's why this building rapport requires high level of ethical standards, which will lead to a greater level of trustworthiness. And if client starts trusting you, you will get lot of work. Okay, it is easy to put forward ideas. Sometimes what happens is, we tell client that, your system is not effective, your system still has lot of manual intervention. Let me remove that manual intervention and automate things. Client straight away says no, or listens to our idea and then says no. Why? It's due to lack of trustworthiness. It's not that they don't trust our technical capabilities, but when you trust someone, you are able to get in you are able to actually make them come to a decision that favors you. For example, when you go for shopping, okay, the shopkeeper tries to convince you, tries to gain your trust, that whatever product I'm trying to sell to you is of good quality. Okay, I'm a genuine seller. I'm not here to do business. I'm here to make relationships. So they try to gain your trust. Once they have gained your trust, and once you start thinking that it's a good deal for me, you will naturally be buying those things. Why do lot of brands spend so much of money on advertising themselves? Because somewhere we think that if someone is spending money on advertisement, that means they are a trustworthy brand, they are a big brand, and they will not default or provide faulty products. Then self-managing. Usually nowadays, lot of organizations have moved to IC roles. So what is this IC roles? This is nothing but individual contributor roles. Okay. So that means you are working individually. In earlier days, you what you would have is, there will be a team lead. The team lead will be having a team of 4 to 5 people or 6 to 7 people. The team lead will decide who will work on what. The team lead will also manage how the work is being moved forward. But nowadays, as things shift to agile, people have understand that you don't need someone to manage someone. You should have people who are self managing, that who are able to decide when they log in, what how many work items do they have in their queue, which work items have higher priority, so that they can work through those higher priority work items in the given time. Okay, so they are able to in individual contributor roles, they are able to self manage the work. Okay, no one is coming and guiding them on what you should do, how you should do, when you should do the work. Okay, so they are able to self manage the work. That means they are able to identify what work needs to be done first, how it needs to be done first. Okay, and while trying to do the work, if you encounter any problems, then be proactive in communication. Okay, suppose you encountered a problem, and because of that problem, suppose you had internet issues. Because of internet issues, you could not work on your we could you could not finish your work. Now, instead of sitting idle and then waiting for your scrum master or project manager to reach out to you, and when they reach out to you then you give them update. So that's a response. Okay, so when someone asks you and you provide an answer, that's a response. Usually providing a response may not be an appropriate thing. Okay, people may people may start questioning your ethics. Okay, but when you are proactive in communication, again you are maintaining high level of ethical standards. If something is stopping you from doing your work, you immediately inform your scrum master or project manager that, hey, I have internet issues because of which I'm not able to continue with my work, but as soon as the internet services are resumed, I will start my work. Now the person there, the scrum master, project manager, or your team members, they're well aware of what progress you are making. They know that you are facing some issues now, because of which you are able to avoid any conflicts at the last minute. Okay, so as business analyst, you will learn that when you are able to self manage yourself, okay, you get into this proactive communication. So lot of times this will happen that a developer will commit to doing the work in 5 days. Now it's been already 3 days and the developer has come up with a problem that my code is not working as expected, I need more time. So I'll not be able to finish the work in 5 days. Now when you get to know about such situations that a work cannot be finished in the given time, you don't simply go back to client and say that, yeah, the work cannot be finished. You try and discuss with the person that what is the problem, who can help solve the problem. If there is someone within the team who can help provide a solution, let's connect with them. Let's try to find out a solution first. If you think that there is no one within the team who can provide a solution, then maybe go back to client and tell them about the problem. Okay, don't wait for 5 days to complete and then communicate to the client as soon as you realize that the work cannot be done on time. Okay, people will really appreciate and like if you are proactive in communication. So you will have multiple people now thinking. Even client will also try to find a solution. Okay, so self managing, ability to manage your work independently, ability to perform your work independently, and being proactive in your communication. Now here what we said about learning actually stems on to this business knowledge part. But before that, so far anyone has any questions? Okay, so if no questions, let's move forward. Now learning actually helps you gather these knowledge areas. Okay, so as business analyst, we focus on certain types of knowledges, not these alone, but in addition to it you can learn many things as well. But because you are representing your organization in front of the client, so organization knowledge becomes imperative. That is, you have to learn how your organization works, what's the structure of it, who are key people in your organization, what are the values your organization work on. Okay, so once you identify or once you have gained good knowledge, you are able to better represent yourself or introduce yourself to the client. Sometimes when you go to the meetings with client may want to know better about your organization, that what your organization does, how your organization brings value to the client. Okay, so only when you know about your organization in detail, that who are key people, what are the values and missions of your IT organization that you are part of, then only you can have discussion with the client. Now, along with the organization that you are representing, you should also have organizational knowledge of the client. Okay. Suppose if client belongs to HDFC Bank, we must know at least at the basic level what HDFC Bank does. Who are key people in HDFC Bank? Like who is the CEO of HDFC Bank? What is the vision of the HDFC Bank? How many branches or how many employees are there in HDFC Bank? See, people think that these basic level of knowledge are not necessary, but trust me, this basic level of knowledge is absolutely necessary in building a software. Suppose when you have a team of one or two people, okay, and you don't have any plans of expansion, then there is no point in building a software for two people. Those two people can do the manual work also. But if you have an organization of 20,000 plus people, and those people will be using your software, and suppose if HDFC Bank caters to 10 lakh clients or maybe 1 crore clients, so you are able to understand the gravity of your solution or importance of your solution, that whatever software I am going to build, it won't just be used by one or two people, it will be used by 18,000 employees, maybe, through which maybe more than 1 crore customers will be able to use this solution. So when you think of numbers, when you know the organization, client organization as well, your problems or your solutions start addressing to a wider audience. That my system should not get slow if 1 lakh people are trying to use it at the same time. Okay. Same thing goes with industry knowledge. That suppose if taking back HDFC Bank example, suppose if I know about HDFC Bank, then HDFC Bank belongs to banking industry. So how the banking industry in general is shaping up, like what are the new rules and regulations coming up, how those rules and regulations will impact the client that I am working with. Okay. And how is my client planning to respond to these new rules and regulations? So industry knowledge will help you build a niche solutions. Okay. Now these type of knowledges, what they enable you is they enable you to have conversations with client. Okay. We keep saying that we go to client to get requirements. Okay. So that means as business analyst, you will be spending lot of time meeting with clients. Okay. These meetings could be physical in nature. These meetings could be virtual in nature. So there will be plenty of meetings with client. Now, we don't want to go to these meetings without any inputs. Okay. Whatever client says, see, we said that we should be able to invoke our analytical thinking. That means we should be able to analyze what client wants to say. But you can only do analysis if you have knowledge. If you have zero knowledge, no analysis. You will not be able to proceed further. You will not be able to decide whether this requirement implementation is feasible or not. Okay. Analysis only comes with knowledge. Without knowledge there is no analysis. So so in order to do the analysis, you must have basic organization knowledge, industry knowledge, then only you will be able to strike conversations with the client. You'll be able to get more details from the client. So in coming classes we will look at elicitation techniques, and when we will go through elicitation techniques, you will understand how this knowledge will help you even gather more requirements. Okay. So these meetings could be effective if you have the background knowledge. Again, no one expects you to be the master of the field unless you have spent considerable amount of time. Like let's say you spend 6 7 years only working in banking domain, then definitely people would expect you to have good banking knowledge. But if you spent 1 or 2 years, then usually people will not expect you to be an expert. Methodology knowledge or solution knowledge basically intends to tell you what methodology, like suppose if we are working in agile, waterfall, or any of the appropriate technologies. Similarly, methodology with respect to what skills are needed as business analysts. So someone put up over here that MS Office tools. So similarly, there are other tools that are required. So how well do you know your tools on which you can work? Okay. So next two are communication and interaction skills. They actually help with this aspect. So we said we'll have lot of meetings with the client. So we mentioned that we will have lot of meetings with the client. Our communication skills and our interaction skills will help drive those meetings and will help those meetings much more effective. Okay. For example, uh, when we go to meetings, we often think that setting up a meeting, discussing in the meeting is a very easy thing. But it can be made further effective by doing or by following some small practices. One, whenever we are setting up meetings, ensure that we invite the right set of people. Okay. Everyone's time is critical, everyone's time is precious, including our time as well. We don't want everyone to be part of meeting even when they don't have to give any inputs. So often what people do is they will invite the whole group without even thinking whether they need the whole group or not. Suppose if I am going to uh, if I am going to give a party. Okay, I'm going to give a party on my home. Now I am planning to invite people for dinner. Maybe I will call a caterer and discuss with the caterer alone what will be the food menu for the dinner. Okay, I don't have to, while discussing food items with caterer, I don't have to call in decoration people. I don't have to call in other delivery related people to discuss on the food menu. Okay, so for discussing with food menu or what all items need to be cooked, just call in caterer. Similarly, if you are going to have any discussions, if you are going to set up meetings, identify who are the people with whom you need input. Okay, with whom you need to discuss. You don't have to invite the entire organization. So I see a lot of people sometimes they send invitation just for the sake of sending invitation. They will invite the entire group. Now lot many people will join the meeting, but only one or two will be providing inputs. So let's not waste time like this. Let's ensure that only required people are joining the meeting. Now, whenever you are sending out a meeting, ensure that you publish agenda. Okay. So this agenda will tell people what the meeting is about, what will be discussed in the meeting. Okay. Now, when you invite right set of people and you in publish agenda, there's a good chance that people will come prepared for the meeting. So instead of saying no, I did not look at the meeting, I don't have any idea. Let's postpone the meeting. They will give you actual ideas. Okay. Now, once your meeting is happening, get into the habit of taking notes. Now, usually I don't recommend taking notes while the meeting is going on. I usually say that record the meetings if possible, and once the meeting is over, then listen to the recording and take notes. Okay, so recordings can consume lot of space. So keeping recordings on your laptop or desktop may not be a feasible option. Okay, so what you do is you make recordings, you then derive notes from your records, and delete the recording so that you don't consume lot of space or you don't run into space issues. But if you don't have an option of recording the meetings, then probably try and take notes. And then the last thing is actually publish action items. So many a times what happens is we drive our discussions, okay, we come up to a conclusion, we ask questions, and someone in the meeting, suppose we ask client that when are you going to provide clarification or provide details on what type of payment methods are needed. Payment methods are needed. Okay, so client is saying that we want to enable digital payment for all things that people are buying. Now we ask them a question that putting a digital payment means credit card, debit card, net banking, UPI, wallets. We have many ways of digital payment. Do you want to include all or few? If few, then what are those? So client said that I don't have any idea about it. I never thought about which all payment method should be included. So let me go back and come back to you. Okay, let me go back, discuss with my team, and then I will give you a response. So this is an open question that is come out from meeting. Now what happens is, instead of forgetting about this, you publish an action item. Action item is that client to confirm what type of payment method is needed. Okay, so that way everyone who attended the meeting, they will know that there is something pending with the client, that client needs to confirm onto this. Okay, now publishing this alone is not enough. What I also recommend doing is that you publish timeline also. Okay, just saying that give me the information doesn't tell someone by when the information is needed. Okay, we want to tell the other person that I need this information within 1 day, 2 day, or 3 days or 5 days, so that I am able to finish my work on time. Unless you give me the requirements, I will not be able to finish my work. So if you delay in providing confirmation, my requirement document will be delayed. If requirement document is delayed, my development team cannot do the coding. So give them a timeline. By when are you expecting? Usually people just simply send this action item, but I'll say, in order to make your meetings more effective, send the action item along with timeline. Okay, and to further highlight how important this action item is, mention the consequences as well. So consequences doesn't mean you are trying to threaten the other person, but consequences simply mean that this particular action item, please provide a response on this particular action item in 2 days. If you don't provide a response in 2 days, then requirement documentation will be delayed. If requirement documentation is delayed, the software or the timelines to create the software may get impacted. So that way client will understand the importance that if I don't give a response in 2 days, my software creation can get delayed. If that is delayed means my business will lose on revenue. So let me give the response within 2 days. So that way you are highlighting or making your meetings much more effective. See, the intention is not to go to meetings and simply say that I have meetings every day, or just come out of these meetings. the intention is to the intention is to make our meetings much more effective. Okay, that when we go to meetings and when we come out of those meetings, we feel that we have achieved the given objective. When we come out of meeting and if we feel that we were not able to achieve what we were expecting, then that's a simple waste of half an hour or 1 hour of that meeting. Okay, so that's where your communication skills, verbal communication, written communication, ensure that you you follow these standards over here. Okay, so when you are writing mails, not just meetings, when you are writing emails as well, you can follow the similar practice. Send your mail to right set of people from whom you are expecting a response. Discuss in detail what problem you are facing, and at the end, you may not, because it's an email, so you may not be taking notes, but tell the importance that if you are asking certain question in your email, then by when the response is needed and what will be the consequences if no response is provided. So whether you use verbal communication in meetings, whether you use written communication through emails, try to follow this standard. Okay, this will help you make your emails meetings much more productive and effective. Okay, and like I said, in the starting itself, have an open mind. So open mind means being able to listen, being able to being receptive towards others feedback or ideas as well. So listen to all those sort of listen to your client. Okay, don't go with rigid mindset. Now all these skills that we discussed over here till communication part actually help you achieve your interaction skills. Okay, for example, who will be called a good leader? Who is able to solve problems, who is able to make good decisions, who is able to build trust, who is able to learn things. Okay, naturally that person will be a good leader. As a business analyst, you are, even though it's an individual contributor role, I mentioned over here, even though business analyst could be an individual contributor role, but you are only individually working on getting requirements. But it's not that you are always alone, you have developers, testers. So as a good leader, you guide them as well. Okay. Teamwork, yeah, so just to give you an example of teamwork, a lot of time this happens. Okay, client gives you requirement 1, client gives you requirement 2. Now while you are working on requirement 1 or 2, what client does is they add requirement 3 as well, they add requirement 4 as well. Okay, so we often work on these things. Now client says that work on these two as well, or they modify requirement 2 slightly. Okay, this happens every now and then, that client will either change their requirement or add new requirement. But remember guys, whenever client is adding new requirement or modifying existing requirements, client will naturally ask you that since the requirement has changed or modified, or since we have added new requirements, how much time do you think you will take? Okay, how much time do you think it will take to complete these? It will take to complete these requirements. Okay, remember, we are not 100% technical. I mean, when I say we are not 100% technical, what I mean is we are not the developer. Okay, the person who is going to code and test are different set of people. We are there to gather requirements. Now we could come from technical background, we could understand how much time it will take to write a code, but still you should never take decision from your own. Always tell the client that give me 1 day time, give me 1 hour time, certain time duration, let me go back to my team and discuss and come back to you. Ask your team members that client has changed requirement to, this is the modified requirement, how much time it will require, or client is trying to add new requirements to our backlog, how much time will it take to complete it. Now once you discuss with your team, once you get idea, then go back to client and confirm. Okay, remember, you don't confirm anything on your own, otherwise client may hold you accountable. But since we are not doing the coding, we can say that this code will take 1 hour to finish. Client will ask how much time you will take? We can say 1 hour. When we go back to our developer and say that do this work in 1 hour, now developer can say no. Developer can say that this is not 1 hour work, this is 3 hour work. So if we then go back to client and say that no, it is not 1 hour work, it is 3 hour work, then client, what will happen? Client will not be able to trust us. Client will say that initially you said 1 hour, now you are saying 3 hours. If you keep changing the estimate, how are you going to complete my work? So that is why instead of committing anything directly to the client, we always refer to teamwork. Okay, if it is something simple, if it is something that doesn't require intervention from the team, good. But if you feel or if you assess that there is something which requires intervention from the team, then it is always good to tell the client, let me go back and discuss with my team. That doesn't mean take 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Give a realistic idea as well. Okay. Last one, conflict resolution is nothing but it comes from your problem solving or decision making. So when will conflict happen? Two people having different ideas for the same problem. That's a conflict. Okay. One person says let's use cloud for creating our website. Other person can say no, let's not use cloud, let's use in-house servers to create the website. So two-person providing different solution to the same problem can lead to conflicts. Again, as business analyst, as you are the decision maker, you are the leader, you can help both of them come to a single conclusion. So these in a nutshell, guys, are some of are the key skills, I would say, that are needed. Now I would urge you guys, like I said, to always have an open mind. Okay, that whenever you go for any meetings, trainings, any knowledge sessions, ensure that you have an open mind so that you are able to receive things. Okay, don't go with preconceived notions, otherwise it will stop you from learning new items. Okay, so if you have an open mind, that will help you achieve your business objectives or your skills easily. You can acquire any skill. Okay, you can acquire, you can modify your skills as long as you have the open mind. Okay, now remember these notes around emails and meetings as well. They will help you make your meetings and emails much more effective and productive. Okay, that's what we want. We want to get maximum from our time. Any questions, guys? So these are some of the skills that we looked or discussed. Now, along with it, what I also mentioned was have one common attitude, that is, have an open mind. So, this open mind helps you receive feedback and take action on feedback. Okay. Now, we also learned that business analyst is an individual role. Okay, it's an individual contribution role. So, wherein you work independently, but then you work in the environment of a team. So we looked at how some of these skills like leadership, problem solving, decision making will help you take right action in the take right action in your day-to-day responsibilities. Okay, then we also looked at one common way of making your meetings or emails much more effective. Now I also told you that today we'll go through one assignment. So towards the end of the class, I'll share the link of a YouTube video that will be your first assignment with respect to the class, so that you get into the habit of making notes. Now, one request: Now, as and when these recordings get available to you, what I request you is go through these recordings, get into the habit of making notes by listening to the recordings. Irrespective of what notes I share you, the notes that you are going to prepare will help serve two purposes. One, it will help you revise what we have studied in the class, okay? And second, these notes will help as pointers that when you are preparing for interviews or when you want to look at a particular topic, your own notes will help you recollect or remember things quickly, okay? And these notes certainly help you when you are preparing yourself for the business analyst role as well, okay? So as and when these recordings are available, go through those recordings, prepare your own notes, ensure that you keep referring to the notes, because it may be difficult to refer to recordings every time. These may be 1 hour long recording and you may not know where exactly in the recording to look for a topic, okay? So notes in that case helps into quickly referring to a particular topic. Now, before we move forward, is anyone having any question with respect to what we discussed yesterday? Skills required as business analyst. Okay, I'll take the silence as no question. So let's start today with some of the commonly used terms in the IT industry and that you will encounter as business analyst. Okay, so before we get into details of what business analyst does, what are some of the techniques we used in requirement gathering, sorting, prioritization, requirement modeling, it is important to understand some of the common basic terms so that as we go through the course and when we use these terms, it makes much more sense, okay? Also, not everyone from the students will be from the IT industry, okay? People could be from non-IT background as well, so it will help them understand what these terms mean. Okay, so let's get started. Let me start. The first term that we'll look at is statement of work. What is statement of work? Statement of work is often abbreviated as SOW. Okay, SOW or statement of work. This is generally an agreement between the customer, the client that is giving us the work, and the IT organization. Okay, so that defines the rules of how we are going to do the work and what type of work needs to be performed, okay? So before two people, that is the client and the IT organization, before they start working together, they sign an agreement or a contract, okay? So that tells or provide few details like what will be the length of contract, okay? Then what type of work needs to be performed, what will be the limitations or boundaries of the contract, and such type of things, so that uh, that will serve as the rule book, okay, for both parties, for the client and for the IT organization as well. Okay. Now, second thing is scope. Okay. You will often hear the term scope, that as business analyst we define the scope first and then start working on the requirement. So what is scope? Scope is nothing but creating boundaries for our product. Okay. So before we get started with any work, what we need to clearly articulate or define is what is going to be our starting point and what is going to be our end point. Okay. So scope helps us, sorry, scope is defining the boundaries. Boundaries as in, like, it is defining what will be our starting point and ending point. Okay. So say when we are using Google Maps, okay, or any other maps for that example. So what we do is we have a starting point from where we are going to start, and then we have an end location where we want to reach. Okay. So those two define our boundaries. That is how we are going to start and end. Now, why it is important, why it is necessary to have scope is, if we don't have scope, if we don't have boundaries, then we may get into an endless loop. Okay, you may never know where to start, where to end. For you, it may become like everything is important. Whatever client says, whatever requirement client wants, everything is important and everything needs to be worked on. But remember, in software development, you cannot create a working software, you cannot create or build a working software without knowing the scope. Okay. So if you guys are familiar with cricket, we have boundary ropes. Okay. So if the ball crosses the boundary ropes, you get either 4 runs or 6 runs. Just imagine if there is no boundary rope in the game of cricket, then how are you going to get 4 or 6 runs? Maybe you will never get 4 or 6. You will just hit the ball and then keep running. So that gets you into an endless loop, that you just hit the ball, keep running. There is no 4, no 6. So similarly, in the world of IT industry as well, if we don't get to define our scope, okay, that is defining the boundaries for our working software, we may get into an endless loop. And if we get into an endless loop, you may never be able to create or build a working software. Okay. Oh, sure. So let's move on to the next one, that is change request or change requirement, which is often abbreviated as CR. Now, this is one of the most common terms that you'll keep hearing from different people, that hey, I am working on this CR. Did you create the CR? Where did you create the CR? Can you give me the CR number? Okay. So what happens is, a change request or a change requirement, as it is suggested, is a change or a modification in the requirement. Okay. Now what that means is, whenever customer comes to us, whenever the client or the customer who is giving us the work, okay, on what type of software needs to be built, so whenever they tell us that the existing software needs to be modified, okay, so now customer can do two things. One, the existing software needs to be modified, or they don't have a software and they want to build a new one. Okay. Or they want to build a new software. Okay. So what could be an example of modification? Suppose earlier we were not having UPI payments. Now let's say we added UPI payments. So now they want to modify their e-commerce application and say that let's include UPI payment method also in our payment page so that users can select that method and make payments appropriately. Now this could be termed as existing software being modified. Now building a new software means they don't have a e-commerce application and then they now want to build it. Now whenever customer says that they are looking for some requirement, we usually need to track that. Okay, so we want to track that. So usually what we tell them is you create a change request. Okay, a CR, so that we know that this particular change is actually coming from the client, that we are not making any changes by ourselves. So a CR is usually to track the client requests, that what all request client is submitting, and basis those requests that client is submitting, we start our work. Now next is one of the activities where we will be spending lot of time during our business analyst work. Okay, that is elicitation. Elicitation basically could be any technique, method or framework that we use as a business analyst, basically to extract emotions, facts, opinion or information from the client. Okay, so what is truly an elicitation is actually getting the requirements. Now client usually can come to you with an idea in their head. Okay, say for example I want to build an e-commerce application. Now, knowing the idea alone is not enough for us to build a software. Okay, anyone can come to us with idea. Anyone can sign a contract SOW with us and say that, okay, I have, since we now signed SOW, so let me create a change request. That change request tells me that I want to build an e-commerce application. But does that mean I have all the information to get started? My development team, they need much more than that. That what is it that they are going to code for? Either you tell me a simple requirement that look at Amazon, look at Flipkart and copy whatever features they have, or you tell me exactly what you need. So when client gives us the idea, what we do is we use, we as in BA uses appropriate elicitation techniques to extract more information or opinion or idea or their emotions as well from the client. Okay, in English elicitation means extracting information from the other person. So here the other person is nothing but our client. Okay, so what we do is we will look at some of the elicitation techniques like interview, brainstorming, JAD sessions, prototyping. We'll cover all these techniques in detail in our subsequent classes. So, and similarly, there are others as well. So we use any of the elicitation techniques and then start getting more details. For example, let us consider interview. So in interview, what happens is we prepare a list of questions, or we, instead of preparing a list of questions, we just prepare one question and then throw that question to the client. Now, basis the response that we receive from the client, we then ask them next question. Then once they provide answer, then we ask them next question. Now similarly, this goes into a loop until we get answers to all our questions, and we have a much better requirement. So for example, let's say we ask them who can use the e-commerce application. Okay. Suppose client gives us a response that it can be used by regular people, okay, or seller who want to sell a particular product onto the platform. Then we ask, okay, how customer is going to use the application. Now they can say that customer can search for a product. Okay. Once they search for a product, then review the details of the product. Once they reviewed the details, they can add items or they can add the product to the cart. Once they have added product to the cart, then they can go for, then they can add payment method. It should be more of select payment method. Okay. Once they have selected payment method, make payment. Now we discussed about the customer, how customer is going to use the application. Then similarly, how the seller is going to use the application. Now if we have any question regarding searching, how can customer search for a product? Okay, so this is your interview technique. You ask them one question, you get a response. Now, based on the response that you receive, you ask them the next question. You keep on repeating this unless you think that you have all the required information with you that can be converted into a requirement. Okay. Now, compare this particular piece of statement that we have over here with respect to how we started. Okay. So, in the starting, customer just mentioned, I want an e-commerce application. Now think of this one over here. Now we have better requirements. We have slightly more detail. Now that doesn't mean we have all the details. We continue probing the customer until we think that we have gathered all the information. Okay, so that is the end goal. Customer has all the idea. Either customer tells us that, hey, I just want to build an e-commerce application, but I don't know how to build one. Then we can use a different elicitation technique. So as of now, just understand that elicitation means getting more information from the client on how, on what type of software they want to build. But what type of elicitation technique is there, in what scenario, which one should be used, that we will see in our subsequent classes. Okay. Next one is business rules. What is meant by the business rules? So business rules could be your policies, procedures, frameworks that govern how the business operation should be performed. Okay. Now, giving you an example of it, business rules. Okay. Now let's say you want to add payment methods to your application. Okay. Till now, what you are doing is you are working on cash on delivery method. But cash on delivery is, let's say, becoming cumbersome. It is difficult to find exact change. People are finding it difficult. Like people are saying that, do you have a QR code? why is it cash on delivery? I have only 1,000 rupees. Can you give me the exact change? Now that is leading on to hassles. That is leading to extra time being consumed as well. So let's say I want to add digital payments to my platform. Okay. Now, what could be some of the rules for adding digital platform? Those are defined as business rules. So whenever we get requirements, knowing what needs to be done, for example, customer can search for a product or they can make payment. They can select payment method and make payment. That alone is not enough. We need to know what are the different rules surrounding that particular activity so that we can add validations accordingly. So for example, when we say we want to add digital payments to our application, okay, what could be certain rules, like what type of method can be used? Okay. For example, can I use credit card, debit card, net banking, UPI? Okay. So I will not say etc. Okay, because as a business analyst, we don't want to get into the habit of writing etc. Etc. means again it is open for interpretation. Remember when we were discussing the skills and competencies of business analysts, we mentioned that we at the end of it, why we want to develop these skill sets, because we don't want to write ambiguous requirements. What is ambiguous requirement? Ambiguous requirement is something, ambiguous requirements is something that can lead to multiple interpretation, lead to multiple interpretations. So for example, see this, if I just say add digital payment methods to your application, I don't give any more detail other than this. Now my developer can think that credit card is a digital payment. That means I will add credit card as payment method. I will write code for it and done. Now, tester can think UPI is a digital payment method. So I will write test cases for testing UPI. Now, different people can have different interpretation. Client can think that net banking is a digital payment method. That means these people are going to build an application that will have net banking. Now, three people have three different ideas. So when you write such ambiguous requirements, it can lead to creation of a software which may not be in line with client's expectation. So that is why we usually as business analysts avoid terms or avoid uh, even regular words which can lead to ambiguity. Okay, we try to write specific requirements. Okay, it's not necessary that you will get to the specifics in first attempt itself. Okay, sometimes you keep refining your requirement unless you get to the specific point. And that is why we use these elicitation techniques to get to those specifics. Okay, so this will help us avoid ambiguous. Now, either we can say these four and done. We will not write etc. Now, again, under credit card, there are different companies that are creating credit cards, isn't it? So let's say we have Visa, we have Mastercard, we have Rupee card. So out of these, are we going to accept all type of cards or are we going to accept only Visa, Master or Rupee card? Any of the one or two or all three of them. Okay. So now this helps us clearly define the business rules around digital payment, that we are going to use credit card. Within credit card also we are going to use all three methods, and then only we'll proceed with the payment options. Okay. So business rules are defining how the business operation should be performed. Now I'll stop here and see if there are any questions from you guys. Are you guys able to follow along? Any questions?
No, no, Rahul.
Okay, so let's continue our discussion in that case. What is environment or region? So during our demo class, we briefly touched upon the environment or region concept, that how environment or regions actually distincts or differentiates between the different platforms where teams are going to work. Okay, so we could have development environment, we could have QA environment. QA stands for quality assurance. We can have UAT environment, where the client is going to check the accuracy of the product, how the product is behaving. And then we can have pre-production and production environment. Nowadays most of the organizations, they prefer having development, QA, UAT, and then production. They don't want to introduce multiple environments, otherwise again it leads down to delays in developing. Now, what was the need or necessity for these environments? Okay, why or what purpose do these environments actually serve? Environments or regions. Now let's say you have a product. Okay, you have an e-commerce application, and this application is currently being used by your customers. Okay, now suppose you got a change. Now suppose you want to make some change to your application, that is, uh, like we discussed over here, you want to add digital payment methods to your application. Till now you have been using your product, till now you have been asking customers to opt for cash on delivery only. Now you want to add digital payments to your product. Now what can happen is, if I don't have environments, if I don't have distinct regions, what will happen is I will directly try and modify this product. Okay, I will try to change the code, change the underlying code for this particular product. Now when I'm changing the code, understand that developers or programmers who are changing the code, they are also human beings. Okay, they can also make mistakes. They can also write code which can give unexpected results. Okay, for example, if when you are selecting credit card, it is not allowing you to select credit card as the payment method. Okay, right, let's say they write a code that is not working as expected. Okay, so when that happens, so when you don't have multiple regions or environments, and your developer is directly modifying the product which is used by customers, then what happens? Your customers can see those defects. Now the customer is not able to use the product appropriately. Till yesterday, at least they were able to use cash on delivery. Now they see more options, but then the credit card option is not working. They are not able to select that. Okay. So now what is one thing? Developers, being human, can make mistakes. Okay, so the code is not working as expected. Mistakes means the code is not working as expected. Now it can also happen that suppose you need 2 days to write a code for credit card. Okay, suppose today is just day one, you are still not done with it, but because you are directly modifying the product which customer is using, and customer doesn't know that you are only half done and half not done. Okay, so customer is trying to use the credit card option. They are able to enter credit card number, but then they are not receiving OTP. That is because you are only half done and half not done. So what happens is, now they will think that again the product is not working as expected. This time you don't have a mistake, but you have an incomplete code. So you can make mistakes, or the code is incomplete. Now in such case, what happens is you are impacting your customer's experience. Customer is thinking that these people are not able to develop application or product as expected. So in order to avoid all this, we create a development environment. Usually your customers will not have access to development environment. Okay. So development environment is used by developers or programmers wherein they make these modifications. For example, they complete their coding of adding digital payment methods, that to credit card. Once they are all done, once they are confident that my coding is complete and my code is working as expected, then what they do is they ask QA team to utilize QA environment and then test the product. Okay, once developer are done with their code changes and tested it, they move the changed slash updated code to QA environment. Okay, in QA environment, QA will test the changes, whether whatever developer has coded is actually working as expected or not. It is, again, like we said, developer can make mistakes. So we don't want to simply say that whatever code developer is writing is 100% perfect. That may not be the case. Okay, so we want to test it. So that is why we have certain distinct environments that actually helps you control what would be the impact. If we don't have these multiple environments, our end customer get impacted directly. So what we do is we create these environments, we allow people to work on their own environment, and then once we are confident that all code is good, no mistakes, then we move it to production environment where the end customer uses the particular product. Okay, so you test the changes. If all goes good, if you don't find any mistakes in the code, then what you do is you move the changed slash updated code to UAT environment. Okay, so in UAT environment, what happens is now client does one round of testing. Okay, remember, client, not the customer. Client is the person who is giving us the work. So customer is who is placing the orders on our e-commerce application. So in UAT environment, now client is doing the testing. Client is ensuring that whatever changes you guys have added, whether those changes are in line with my expectations or not. Okay, if there is any feedback also, client will give us here that okay, I want you guys to work or modify the software accordingly. Now, if that also works as expected, if client doesn't have feedback, or let's say client gave you the feedback and you guys have implemented that feedback, then to production environment. And production environment is the environment where the end customers use the product. Okay, so that is the entire concept of environment and regions, and that is the reason why we have multiple environments and regions, so that the work done by one person doesn't affect or negatively affect mainly the other person. Next is estimations. Okay, so what happens is we want to measure the work that we are doing. Okay, we in order in IT industry, what typically happens, client gives you requirement and now client wants to know how much time you are going to take. Okay, so estimation is a technique of measuring the work. Measuring the work means how much time is it going to take us to finish the work. Okay, now this estimation can be done in terms of hours, that we are going to take 20 hours to do the work, 50 hours, 100 hours to do the work. That is the most generally way of estimating any type of work. See, even when you use maps, when you have to go from one location to another location, how do we measure? How do we estimate? So we usually estimate in terms of hours only, that we are going to take 1 hour to reach the office. Now let's look at some of the roles that are available in IT industry. Okay, how you are going to work with the different set of people. Okay, and then we will use this in our IT team structure, that how a normally team is structured. So today's session and then tomorrow and day after tomorrow is to get you guys get acquainted with how the IT teams are structured, what type of terms they use normally, so that you don't feel that you come from a different background. Okay, that's why I keep saying get yourself acquainted or used to these terms being used. Now let's look at change management and defect, and then look at all these different set of people that are there. Okay, so what is change management? Okay, simply stating, change management is an act of managing how the changes will be delivered. Okay, so again, getting back to our change, add digital payment method to your application. Now usually the person responsible for change management is your project manager or scrum master. Okay, and it is not something that usually we track or we measure as business analysts. So they try and identify how the change will be tracked. Like, are we going on track? Suppose what will be our plan for handling the change? Like if we say we are going to take 1 month to work on this new requirement. Okay, so then the project manager or scrum master will create a plan that in 1 month what all activities we are going to do. Okay, then they will start tracking the progress as per the plan, that are we progressing along as per the plan, or can we still complete the work in 1 month, or is it going to take us more time, are we getting any issues while we are working on it. So that is your entire change management process. So you create a plan, and then you track the progress against that plan to ensure that we can still deliver the product on time. Now, at the end, we have defect, bug, or issue. You'll often hear the term defect, bug, that we have encountered a defect or bug. That is basically, in simple terms, deviation from standard or expected output. Okay, suppose so what is defect? We said deviation from the expected output. Let's say that we added UPI payment method to our application. Okay, we added UPI payment method to our application. Now there are two ways in which we can usually do. We can get a QR code and then scan the QR code. Okay, or we can directly call, we can provide our UPI address. Okay, and once we provide the address, the application, our e-commerce application sends a payment request to the application that has the address. Okay, so for example, we can have we can have the UPI address as abcd at the rate HDFC Bank. Okay, so we enter this UPI address. That is usually called as VPA. Okay, and whichever application, whichever UPI application where we have this UPI ID, that application gets invoked. So now we can make payment accordingly. Now, suppose this is the expectation that suppose if user selects QR code, it should generate a QR code which the user can scan. Now, suppose while clicking on QR code, you don't see any QR code at all. A blank screen comes up. Now, blank screen is not the expected output. Expected output is I should see a QR code, but what I am seeing is a blank screen. Okay, so in that case it's a defect, bug. Why it's a defect or bug? Because it is deviating from the expected output. The expected output is we should see the QR code. Similarly, let's say when we uh, enter the UPI address. Okay, so it should send a payment request to my corresponding UPI app, but I'm not receiving any request at all. Okay, whereas for other UPI addresses I am receiving the payment request. So in such cases, wherever you see any deviation from the expected output, that is usually termed as defect or bug. Okay, now defect or bug are very common thing. It is certainly difficult or impossible to write 100% defect free code. Whenever you deliver applications, whenever you create the software, you will often find that one or the other person, someone would uncover a defect. Even the applications that are most widely or popularly used, even in cases of applications developed by Google or Microsoft also, they are not 100% defect free. Okay, we continue to make some changes or modifications because of two reasons. One, either you have encountered a defect, or you have come up with new changes. Now, just to give you guys a background, usually whenever a defect is encountered, okay, so the IT organization takes care of it. Okay, when I say takes care of it, that means IT organization will not charge the customer. They will say that because we have written the code incorrectly, so we will fix it for you, and we will fix it for free. We are not going to charge anything. But when change request is being created, that means customer wants to make some changes to the software, then IT organizations will charge the client. Okay? So change request is how they measure their revenue, or how they make their money. Okay, so that is why whenever you see a defect coming in, and when you start working in IT industry, and when you see people saying defect, everyone gets little worried that defect in a way will also affect their performance. That as a developer, if you are writing code that is frequently throwing in defects, chances are that during the final year, during the appraisal cycle, you may not get promotion, or you may not get the expected hike. Now, what are some of these terms that's there? So these are the different set of people who are involved in the development of the software. So what is stakeholder? Okay, stakeholders, at this point, we are referring to business stakeholders alone, but during our subsequent classes, we will look at how or what different type of people could be. So stakeholders are the people who are actually owning the business idea, okay, who actually wants you to work on implementing their business idea. These stakeholders could be your client, okay. So at this moment, we are restricting our definition to business stakeholders alone. Business stakeholders are your client. Client is the one who has the idea that they want us to implement, okay. Now next is SME. SME is the subject matter expert. Now SMEs are the person who have gained expertise on a particular subject through their work. Okay. For example, let's say customer enrollment. Now, if you go to bank earlier, there used to be a form. Okay, you need to fill the form. You need to attach your photograph on it. You need to provide a Xerox or a photocopy of your identity proofs. Okay, maybe your PAN card, maybe your Aadhaar card, and then submit the form. Then someone at the bank will review your form. Once they reviewed and everything is correct, then they go ahead with opening of the savings account. Okay. Now these people who are working on ground, person who is reviewing your application, sometimes you may know that they are able to quickly identify faults in your application, that you did not sign here, you did not fill the address. Why? Because they have become experts while working through the years. They have become experts on the particular subject of application, okay, form filling. So they have kind of become SMEs. Similarly, uh, take for example motor insurance. Whenever you file a claim for motor insurance, that my car was hit by a truck or something and it has been damaged, I want to repair my car, and for repairing I am filing for this claim. So usually a surveyor is assigned. That surveyor is also an SME. Okay, they understand how the car, whether the car was hit by a truck or whether it was your mistake, and whether the claim should be approved or not. Okay, so SMEs are the people who over the year have gained expertise on the particular subject. Remember, they may or they may not have the IT experience. Okay, but what they surely know is how that business, particular business functionality works. For example, form filling that we discussed, or the reviewing of the claims. Then we have technical architects. So technical architects are people within IT organization who understands the technology really well, who understands what are the latest trends, okay, what are the new technologies that are coming up. And whenever you give them a requirement, okay, whenever you give a requirement to a technical architect, they are the first ones who decide how we should build the application. Okay, they will not write the code to create the application, but they will create a solution document that will tell us how to create the application. Okay, then using their solution development, we have another set of person, development lead within IT industry. These are the people who are responsible for creating design documents by referring to solution document. Now development lead is also the person who will be managing developers under him or her. Okay, so they will be assigning the work to developers, and now these developers are the people who are actually writing the code. Okay, so developers write the code, but for developers to write the code they need design document, that how to write the code. Okay, so that design document is given by development lead. For development lead to create the design document, they need a solution document. That solution document is given by technical architect. For technical architect to create the solution document, they need requirements. So those requirements are done by business analyst. Okay. Now next one is test lead. Test lead is someone who is responsible for managing the testers or the QA. So QA lead or test lead, they are someone who is responsible for managing, assigning the work to different QA or testers. Okay. And they are also responsible for, now any lead level position, whether development lead or test lead, these people are not only just responsible for managing and assigning work to the people under them, but they are also responsible for ensuring that people get the required knowledge or the skill set. So in a way, they are responsible for training their team members, training the team members to ensure that they are up to date with the knowledge on how a particular activity needs to be performed. Now with that, we covered almost all of the commonly used terms. Uh, do you guys have any questions? Any doubts? Any clarifications that are needed? Okay, so Anusha, Irfan, do you guys come from the IT background itself?
Yeah.
So Anusha, if I remember, like you are currently into QA.
Yes, I am currently into QA.
Okay. What about you, Irfan? Okay, looks like Irfan might not be on the call. I see other people as well. Who else do we have? Can you please unmute and tell, like, if you have, what's your name and if you have any experience into IT?
Yes, yes, Rahul. Rahul, my name is Mohammad Iqbalur Rahman. Hello.
Hey, Irfan. Yeah.
Yes, I'm having 2.5 years of experience in teleperformance as a quality analyst, and I'm also a certified Scrum Master from CSM.
Okay. Good. Good, Irfan.
Yes, that's it from my side now. Rahul, I just want to share with you something. May
Yeah.
I?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Irfan.
So yesterday I went for an interview. So unfortunately, I got rejected because of my communication skills. It was completely
Hmm.
a BPO. So will that same be impacting in business analyst?
So when you said you got rejected because of your communication skills, is it like your English not being up to the mark, or is it that your English is all good, but they were not convinced by the answers you were giving?
Yes. Well, will that same be happening for interviews in business analyst?
So that can happen in any interview, whether you go for Scrum Master, whether you go for Business Analyst. I would say that if you are not able to clearly communicate your ideas, it's not important to have wonderful English, or it's not important to have great grasp on English, but what should happen is one should be able to clearly communicate their ideas. If I am telling you something and if you are able to understand it, it doesn't matter whether I use fancy words or whether I use simple English. You will be able
Correct.
to, you will not have any problems understanding. But if I am telling you in a language, or if I am trying to confuse you, or if I am trying to, instead of simplifying things, if I am trying to complicate things, then I may be using fancy words, I may be using good English, but because you are not able to understand whatever I am saying, you will say this guy is not up to the mark, let's reject him. Okay, so communication to me is not very much onto what type of vocabulary do you use, but how are you able to convince the other person that you know the topic. Suppose if someone asks you what is change management, now instead of defining what is change management, you are going round and round around. Change management is an act of changing the management. Or if you are giving wrong definitions, people may think that you are not the right person. But Irfan, during the part of our course, the business analyst course, we have mock interviews also planned at the end, like where I'll usually show you guys the normal questions that can be asked. I'll first request you guys to respond to those questions, and then basis your response, if there is anything that needs to be modified, I'll let you guys know. But what is really important is to be able to understand the topic. Once you understand the topic, you can communicate the idea. Sometimes what happens is we try to mug up the information. Mug up means we don't try to understand what is being said. We just simply say, in PPT or slide, one line is written. I will mug up that line, and whoever asks me any question, I will just give that line only. I will not say anything more than that. Whereas if you do this type of thing, then it may get difficult. And that is what is the intention of training programs, that you understand those terms so that you are able to give your own response.
Yes, Rob.
Okay, now if you feel that your English is not up to the mark, now I don't feel so. At least I am able to hear you, and I think that you are able to ask your questions. That's good. So, but in case if you feel that your English is not up to the mark, and that is causing problems, then I would recommend you to watch certain long videos in English. Okay, not the movies. People often say that watch movies, but I feel that sometimes in movies they don't use the appropriate English language, which can impact you again if you learn it the wrong way. So certain news channels, if you are interested in the latest happenings, so you can watch certain news channels but in English. So that way
Oh,
you further, it will help you understand whether you are able to receive inputs on what other person is saying. Similarly, if you are already working in an organization, and instead of practicing instead of talking in either uh, regional language or a non-English language in your office, talk specifically in English with your colleagues also, even though your colleagues may know the regional language. But it is always good to talk to them in English, so that will give you a lot of confidence. Plus, if there are any mistakes you are making, your team can correct you.
yes, yes, Rob.
I mean, if you feel, I mean, I don't feel it that way, that your language is not up to the mark. What I feel more is, usually in people reject someone in interview because they feel that you don't have the appropriate technical knowledge. And we'll cover that during our mock interviews, that when you go for interviews, most of the time when you are telling what BA does, you already know what a BA does. Okay, but
Yes,
still when you give answers, people will say that, hey, this guy is not BA. Why? Because instead of explaining, I'll just give you an example, that how do you gather requirements. Suppose you tell that I go to client, I talk to client and gather requirements. Now this is not a wrong answer, this is a correct one. But now compare this answer, that I go to client or I meet with client and get requirements from the client. Okay, now compare this answer with the next answer that I am going to give you. Okay, so how do you gather requirements? Now, basis the scenario that we are in, we use one of the appropriate elicitation techniques, which could be interview, brainstorming, and then conduct a meeting with the client. to get more information. Now, those information can be translated into requirements. Now, in both the statements, you are trying to say the same thing, but the first statement is a more simple one. So, what the interviewer thinks that if you are giving such simple remarks, that means you know the process, but even a developer knows the process, that you get requirements from client. Even a QA person knows the process, that BA get requirements from the client, and even you are also saying the same thing. So how do I know whether you are a developer, QA, or a BA? So unless you use or give answers in those specific technical terms, or using those terms again, that we use one of the elicitation techniques basis the scenario we are in to get more information from the client. This information can be termed as a requirement. Now, the interviewer will think that now you are using technical terms like elicitation, scenario, conducting meeting. That means you are a business analyst, even though you may not be, but that gives them an impression. So, how you respond basically tells them that whether you are up for the role or not.
Yes. Yes, Ram.
Okay. So again, I'd request you guys, Irfan, Anusha, both of you, go through these recordings. Okay, prepare your own notes. Sometimes it may not be pretty easy to straight away start using these technical terms. I would request you guys to if you are already working in an IT industry, start using these technical terms with your team members alone. If you are going to office, well and good. You can talk with your friends as well. If you are not going to office, if you are doing your work remotely, then whenever you talk to people over teams, try to use these terms, so that over time, over next 1 month or 5 weeks, or by the time we are done with the course, okay, you are already used to these terms, okay, so that you don't have to prepare or mug up things for interviews. If you are already used to these terms, by default these terms will come out from you during the interviews also.
Sure, Rahul. Sure.
Okay, guys, we are 6 minutes beyond the time, but still, I'd like to hear from you if you have any questions, feedback, or clarifications.
No, Rahul. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll give you guys a link. Okay. As I said, I'll give you guys a link on a YouTube video link on the WhatsApp. Again, what we covered yesterday on how to write notes, I want you guys to go through that video and then prepare your notes. Okay. So that will help us get started with the basics of BA work to be able to effectively capture notes. Okay, so watch out for the link in the WhatsApp group.